Welcome, everybody. Welcome. It's good to have you all around. Welcome to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2025. We are excited to have every one of you here. Thank you for joining us. It's going to be a very wonderful and fantastic day of learning, of connecting with global, expert and industry, expert in the Microsoft ecosystem. And we are excited to have you around joining us today. This is the sixth edition of the Global Power Platform Bootcamp Nigeria. Started in 2019, and we've had 5 different editions, which has been very impactful across Nigeria, and we're excited again to have you around, doing this with us today. We are joined with by about 100 plus locations across the globe. This is happening across different locations across the globe, and we're excited to host, the Nigerian version of this particular edition. So wherever you're joining us from, you can just, say some hello, hi, say hi to us in the comment section if you're on YouTube or any of the streaming platform. Just say hello, say hi to somebody. It's going to be a wonderful day today. And my name is Hayo. I'm a Microsoft MVP in business applications, so Power Platform, Microsoft Dynamics, the application suite of Microsoft, and I'll be your host and your guide today. We have today for loaded for you a host of different speakers, taking us through different sections of the Microsoft Power Platform. Will be learning a lot of things, the new offerings of Microsoft, the new dealings. We'll be looking at things like how you can transform business with Power Platform and Copilot. We all know we are in the AI, era, right? So it's important that we understand and we, lead the front when it comes to the AI structure. So definitely we'll be learning a host of things today. Just to give us a quick rundown of what the agenda looks today. We'll be having our keynote speaker, coming up very, very, very soon, talking to us about how you can transform businesses with Power Platform and Copilot, whether you are a citizens developer, a business owner, an entrepreneur, and then you would like to understand how the Microsoft Power Platform, the Copilot, release can help your business. Those are the things you would learn today. All right. We'll also be looking at a couple of power up sessions where we'll look at introductions to Microsoft Power Platform in case you're new to this, right? And if you would love to become an MVP like some of our community leaders are, we'll take you through the journey, the roadmap to becoming that. Those are some of the things we'll be learning today. Also, we'll be looking at data. The Power Platform is wild in terms of automations, in terms of data, in terms of application management and development. So today we'll be looking for one of our industry experts. Also, we'll be looking at data models, how you can build report, along using Microsoft Power BI and other fabrics and other data construct that the Microsoft offers. So we have a lot in stock for you today. If you're an application developer, you are an enthusiast in terms of application development, definitely we have you covered in terms of learning a couple of things around Power Apps, UX of Power Apps, how to best practices, implementing all of these things. Those are the things you will learn today. Probably you're even building Power Apps, and then you're having challenges around building a responsive Power Apps application and all of that. Those are some of the things we'll also pull you in today, and definitely we'll have a wild introduction into the Copilot Studio, right? Let's see how we can help you get started on your journey to become an AI developer. So these are things we'll be looking at today. It's going to be an interesting time. So yes, do stay around, do stay with us. It's going to be an interesting day. In the couple of hours, let's have your attention. Let's have your connect with us so that you can learn and enjoy everything we have in store for you today. We promise we would not take your time, but every minute will be worth it. All right, just to take us further, I will bring in two of our industry leaders who is going to welcome us, give us full context of what the day looks like and what the Power Platform, the community is all about. So without wasting much of our time, join me as I pull up on stage Ibrahim Idowu and Oluwatobi Yusuf, who are both Microsoft valuable professionals. Welcome, Oluwatobi. Welcome on
Yeah,
stage.
thank you
It's
for
good to
having
have you.
me. Yeah, it's good to
Thank you so much.
yeah, it's good to have
Over
you
to you,
too.
sir.
All right. Okay. So welcome everyone. Iwa has done a lot, in the introduction. Thank you very much. And you know, we just want to just take some time to, show us our journey thus far. I think we'd like to start with the whole evolution of the whole system, right? I was at a section, I was at Microsoft yesterday for, a program, and we are just talking about how the whole Power Platform has evolved. I remember joining the Power Platform then, joining the whole Power Platform calls as a newbie, and we had just about 256 connectors, right? For those that don't know what connector is, don't worry. During our breakout sections, or during our sections rather, we would show you, what and explain more terms, into what all of these are. But we had just 256 connectors, and now, just yesterday, we announcing we had over 1,400 connectors. Like this to tell you how the system has moved. And now we're not just building low code applications, right? We're now building intelligent applications. And not just that, the community itself has also evolved. I remember the community starting then. Before the community started, right, like I said, I had not even joined Power Platform when the community started. I think our live Ibrahim coming. Ibrahim, do you want to tell us how the community has grown just far to how it is right now?
All right, Toby, thank you so much. Please confirm that you can hear me.
Oh yes, I
Can
can.
you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, great, great. Okay. Thank you, Olu Toby. That's a lovely introduction. And thank you to Ayola for also, bring justice to introducing attendees and to this August event happening in February. Yeah, like you said, the community started way back 2019, if I can remember. And I'm so excited that the people who started this journey. In fact, then will also be very much excited to see that we've grown from the few numbers that we were to how much we have grown now. Um, just few days ago, I also posted on LinkedIn a picture that we took in I think well 3 episodes ago, right? It was a physical event, and I could see while I was going through the pictures, I could see some who were newbies into the Power Platform, and I could see and I checked and I saw that, man, today these guys are already doing wonderful things. Through this global Power Platform bootcamp, we've seen those who have left Nigeria for other countries doing Power Platform at the high level. We've seen people who are in Nigeria also working remotely. And it's within a short period of time. Many of us here are also people who adopted the Power Platform very late on. And so there's been an expansion. There's been a bit of or geometric growth for adopters of the Power Platform. And it is fine. You know why? Because now we're talking about AI. So, and the beauty of it is that the early adopters are people that usually, people recognize in that space, and that is why today I'm excited that what we're looking at is about Copilot, is about AI. So it's kind of interesting. So we've actually grown from the day we started till today. Unfortunately, we couldn't hold a physical event because that usually gives us a bit of meet and greet. We see physically, and it's usually very, very fun. But of course, we had constraints, and that's why it's virtual. But of course, the experience will still be the same, right? I'm sure, Toby, the experience will still be the same, right? I'm sure, Toby, the experience will.
Yeah, sure. We definitely will still deliver the same experience. And you can just see a summary of what we've done so far. We've gotten a lot of MVPs, about 16 MVPs. Then when we started, I think it was just one, and it has grown. And we have over 2,000 members at the moment. And we are now across about 9 states, and we've been growing, right? We've been growing since then. And all of this community just started 2019, and we've grown like this big. And right now, we are definitely looking at growing much more, and we're also using this moment to encourage everyone on this call that if you're not a part of the community, maybe you're joining us here today, don't worry, the link will be dropped on how you can join the community and the procedure. Make sure you join the community and not just don't just join, rather be active as well. Being active means responding to questions, being active when we are having good charts or good sections, when we are calling for sections, during the course of the year, we might have some sections coming up, and we need people to come in, to speak. You're ready to, volunteer and come in to assist one way or the other. We've had a lot of stories. Ibrahim did mention about some people that started off, in this journey. They were not employed. Right now, some of them have relocated. Some of them are senior dev in their companies. Some of them are doing amazingly well. So this is just to encourage you all that this community is one you really want to be a part of. Is one you really want to be a part of. Any final words, Ibrahim, before we hand over back to Rachel? All right. So thank you
All
very much.
right. Thank you,
All right.
Toby. And thank you, Toby. I also want to thank so much our keynote speaker in person of Arnold. We really thank you for honoring our invitation. I'm sure we'll get to listen to him, and I'm sure we'll enjoy the session. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. I mean, I've been working with several persons you may already know within the community. I say hello to Victoria, to Ibrahim, to Joshua, David, Kingsley. I see that you are present. It's a real honor to be here. So let's get an introduction. Let me go to my slide. So to start with a small presentation, I'm Arnaud Legancher. I'm the managing director for ProcSuisse, which is a subsidiary of Proc Software, which is a partner since 1983 with Microsoft, and is a strategic partner for Power Platform with Microsoft. And we have been running Power Platform services around the world for the last 5 years, and we have been deliver over hundreds and hundreds of application reports flows, not only in let's say mainstream group, but also to a smaller company. So to start with, I mean, what I will talk to you about is what business impact as Power Platform actually. So to start with, I will give you some of the context. Actually, we are facing a new revolution. It's not obvious sometimes, but those are big changes coming that with those major changes is attributable to 4 major waves that is actually revolutionizing and reshaping people perception of application development and how it's impacting their business. I mean, some of these waves represent secular evolution extending over several years, while others have emerged more abruptly and immediately, like lately in the 2020. What we observe is that these waves interpenetrate and reinforce each other. That is propulsing the big change. The first of these 4 waves is the demographic evolution. Actually, 35% of the workforce consist of millennium, and this figure will reach 75% by this year. If you take on top that actually, if you take that actually 25% of this employee will belong to Generation Z in this 2025, this means that we have an audience in company that have high expectation for digital experience, both for web and mobile application. I mean, they are used to cloud-based and AI-enhanced application on their daily life. And it's imperative for us to meet their professional needs and expectations by prioritizing a mobile-first approach and emphasizing artificial intelligence in order to satisfy their expectation. The second wave of this 4 waves is actually the surging demand. Here, what we expect, we anticipate the creation of more than 500 million applications in the next 5 years. This is surpassing the volume of the past 50 years production of application. Demand for application is growing at a rate 5 times faster than what traditional IT can deliver. I mean, at the same time, the new application and digital experience generate a phenomenal amount of data, the majority of which is unstructured. More than 85% of the companies struggle to analyze and interpret this unstructured data. It's highlighting a growing need to understand the information being generated. The application, data analytics, and automation tools that took 40 years to be developed indicate that the tools that we rely on for the past 4 decades may not be the ones that will meet our need for the next 5 years. The developer shortage constitutes the third wave. No matter the scale of your need for developer, the reality is that there is simply not enough of them. Just in the United States, we estimate that there is a shortage of 1 million developers for the next decade. So we are missing for the next decade 1 million developers just in the US. So we have this lack of developer opportunity here. Now, what is the fourth wave? And I guess you all guess it, but it's the AI. Okay. We are basically transitioning from big data to big AI. 10 years ago, everything was around big data platform for analyzing and processing large volume of information. Now, there is a major shift toward large-scale AI model. Those fundamental models represent a new generation of AI that actually unlock entirely new scenario and experience. I mean, OpenAI has introduced image generation with DALL-E, text generation with ChatGPT, and natural language processing. Actually, there is no limit to where our imagination can take us with those fundamental models. If you take IT over the past 25 years, and I'm relying on my experience, you really had the personal computer revolution. Then you had the internet revolution, you had the smartphone revolution, and now you have AI revolution. If you take those 4 waves all together, they are actually reinforcing each other, and this is urging for the use of low-code platform. So this is where in the picture we start to use Power and leverage Power Platform and to showcase Power Platform and what impact it can have on the business. So let me tell you, I mean, some arguments that can be reused whenever you are facing receiver or your company decider, stakeholder, on why to leverage Power Platform. Actually, it reduces development time and cost. It enables citizen developer to create application, and it reducing the reliance on professional developer. It will reduce by 35% the time to develop an application, and it will save also 35% time, 35% of your cost. Also, it will increase the operational efficiency through automation. I mean, whenever you have manual and repetitive tasks, it's consuming valuable time. Power Platform automate process, freeing employee for high-value work. So instead of focusing on repeatable tasks, they will focus on what is important for the company. I mean, I can give you as an example that a company restructure how they manually do their inventory tracking. Actually, previously, employee wrote numbers on paper, and actually it lead to a load exceeding 1 million per year due to missing equipment. Leveraging Power Platform actually prevented those losses and increased the efficiency. Here, it also improved decision-making and real-time data insight. I just made a small calculation based on the different figures I found on internet. Actually, we can estimate that Power Platform is saving over 2.5 billion hours of production every year. This is huge. I mean, it really helps business to make better decisions by focusing on high-value tasks rather than repetitive tasks. What also has been observed, and I will share after my source, okay, with you, but it delivers faster to market, and it actually increased revenue. What we have seen is that organizations leveraging Power Platform have an increase of revenue of 7% in average. Give you 2 examples. You have the Pacific Gas and Electric Company that actually developed over 300 solutions using Power Platform. this has generated around 75 million in annual saving. So those 300 application solution save us to the company 75 million. If you take Cineplex, another company, it's a streaming company. They actually have automated all their key process with Power Platform, and they were able to evaluate that they have saved over 30,000 hours annually using automation with Power Platform. Also, it will enhance the compliance and the security by reducing shadow IT. I mean, most of the company, you will see a lot of companies that still have processes running with Excel file, emails, SharePoint lists, and this is all hidden from, let's say, the IT organization of a company, which may lead to disruption in the business. So adopting Power Platform will reduce this risk of shadow IT. And it will also reduce the risk of data leak and compliance violation. Workforce upscaling and cultural transformation. Actually, Power Platform fosters a culture of digital innovation by enabling employees to solve problems independently. Actually, we could estimate that in 24 hours training, you could take up anyone from business to have, let's say, basic skill to leverage Power Platform to automatize their task. So it's a really quick ramp up on adopting these new tools. What is also very interesting for your finance department is that it's estimated that the payback, the investment you are making, digitalizing a need or automatizing a process, you will get a payback in less than 6 months. So you have very high return on the investment and really quick payback. I mean, you can scan this QR code. All the information I'm sharing with you is coming from the total economic impact of Power Platform that was done by Forrester late last year. So you can find all this information. So you see here, you have several arguments to present. Now I will go in detail into, let's say, one of the most business impact regarding Power Platform application is to evaluate the return on investment. So let me talk to you about a company. This is a real example. I have changed the name. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm going too fast. First, I don't know if I can have feedback here, but how many of you have built an application or an automation that actually change how your business operates? I mean, if you are working for several years in business on Power Platform, I guess some of you has. But give you an example, in our team, we have Kingsley, and I think it was Joshua, for one of our large customers that received a CIO award because they have developed an application that really changed drastically how the business was operating last year. A huge impact. So actually, as I mentioned, key argument here will be the return on investment. Actually, Microsoft is promoting that in average, you have 224% return on investment if you are using Power Platform. Let's go through a quick example here to see how Power Platform is impacting the business. So this is coming from a real case, a real life scenario. I just changed the name of the company. Here I will name it Contoso. And they wanted to automate all the advertising and marketing performance invoice process. So to give you a little bit of context, this company is operating with 5,000 employees over 112 countries, have a 5 billion turnover, and have 450 brands they are selling worldwide. Actually, they had a process that was really inefficient with a lack of standardization, lack of control. To give you, for instance, some insight, they estimated the cost to $188,000 per year. That was split between like managerial time for invoice processing. Actually, it was estimated like to 20,000 cost per year. The missing of return on investment on tracking the advertising, marketing, and performance invoice was estimated to 100,000. They have a lot of inefficiencies that was identified. And actually, this is really key when you want to showcase business impact is to understand what is the pain point and your capability also to put figure against this pain point. Knowing those pain points, actually, we proposed then a solution that was leveraging all, let's say, the manpower platform capability, including AI capability and custom connector. And this is also one of the, let's say, the great advantage of the Power Platform, its capability to natively connect to more than 1,800 connectors and capability to easily create new ones to fulfill your needs. The development time was here done in 5 weeks' time. So in 5 weeks' time, we were able to deliver this solution. And actually, before beginning the project, we had a target objective for saving of $180,000 per year. So once you have what it costs, what is your saving objective, then what you need to calculate is your TCO over the next 3 years. So we had an implementation cost for this solution of 116K. We estimated the license cost for the 3 years for 36K, and also to provide a sustained budget for 3 years for 33K. So based on this, once you have the cost, when you have the savings, you then calculate the ROI, the return on investment. So, I mean, the ROI is quite simple to calculate. You take the total saving you will make over 3 years minus the total cost over 3 years divided by the total cost. So here we have a high value ROI of 190%. What does it mean actually for the company? I mean, you can then clearly go to the customer to say, okay, every dollar that you will invest in this solution, actually in 3 years, will have a 2.9 in value, $2.9 in value. So basically, you are multiplying by 3 the investment you are doing. So as you can see here, Power Platform has a huge business impact by accelerating the development and reducing the cost. It has enhanced the productivity, improved business outcome, and increased revenue. I mean, you can estimate that, yes, here, also increased revenue that was provided by this solution really facilitates the decision for the business to understand what was the impact of the Power Platform. Short time to market, effective ROI. My recommendation here, if you want to be successful with businesses to showcase what the business value, you have to take the pain point, set objective, and then you will be able, with accurate figure, to showcase the business value and to have company investing in Power Platform solution. Let me give you, I mean, I've been asked because, I mean, this is very theoretical what we are doing here. So I've been asked here to go through already to give you an example of an application. So, I mean, you are all working in IT. And in IT, actually, we still have 31 of our projects that are failed to be delivered, meaning that 31% of the project are not delivered because they are failing during the project. And actually, out of the ones that are delivered, 52% exceed the budget. In 25 years of custom software development experience, what is the main reason for this? Is because we are missing the receiver expectation. I'm sorry for Victoria and for Ibrahim. They may seem that they are hearing what I'm repeating every time into team meetings. But yes, you need to be ensured that you are able to deliver your receiver expectation, and you will need to satisfy your receiver expectation. So here, this is a typical business case, and you can see that if we could deliver a solution, an application that will answer this need, it will have a huge return on investment. So here we actually came with Roboscope. So I will need a couple of minutes to show you what it's all about. Just give me a second. I need to go here. Present screen. think it's this one. No, it's not this one. Let me know if you can see my screen. Oops. Yeah, I guess you can see it. So our idea here is, okay, how to make a real business impact leverage Power Platform. Actually, we thought with all the generative AI capabilities that we have now, it would be just great if we can ensure that whenever we receive a need, a requirement from receiver, we are able to properly scope the application and the expectation of the receiver. So we are starting to creating a tool. This is a beta version that we have, where basically we could get like either to create something from scratch, like giving a project name, description, challenge, expectation. And the idea would be to generate actually what are the personas, the epic and feature of this application. And then also to be able to assess properly the feature. Let me also have the capability here to load directly from a PDF file. So let me go to my customer. Oops, and I have Contoso somewhere here. Okay. So basically, I'm loading up here some requirements from the company. And actually, I will leverage AI here to generate properly a scope and to step down here in the scope to be able to ensure accurate assessment by generating questions for each of the features. Once we have answered those questions for each of the features, then we will be able to generate all the user story related to this feature. And then for each of the user story, we will have leverage also AI to generate all the implementation tasks that is needed. So it's just taking a few minutes here to generate. I mean, it's taking some time. I hope I don't have any demo effect on this one. Let me see. Unfortunately, I don't see if there is any question. Okay. Okay, so it's done. Okay, what you see here is actually, unfortunately, I mean, as it is a beta version, we cannot see description, objective, and persona. But what we can already see here is also the epics that has been generated. Like I have an epic for invoice processing and process approval. So here I've got approval workflow for invoice processing, multi-level invoice approval workflow based on amount and category. So I will click on this one. You can see here I don't have any question, but the idea is when you have this, then you will go in an interview with the receiver to ask question. And here, in order to proper assess the feature approval workflow, then I will use also generative AI to address a set of questions to ensure I'm scoping properly and assessing properly the feature. And then you see it has generated question, and I will be able to answer here. Like, how should the approval workflow differ based on the category of the invoice? Does it make sense? Totally makes sense regarding the feature. Are there specific rules or policies that need to be followed by the approval workflow? Totally makes sense. I mean, you can see you have a set of questions here that will help the business analyst to properly assess the feature. And of course, when you have this, you will be able to generate the user story. So I won't go much more in detail of this application. I will go back here on the dashboard. Oops, need to refresh. But do you see the benefits that you can have here? I mean, what was taking hours, days to be done can actually be done in a few minutes to properly answer an RFP. Then when you start the project, to ensure you do have the correct assessment of the scope, and it will do it like for a really small amount. So I can even give you like It costs $7 here to make the assessment, the first assessment of epics and feature regarding these needs. And what I wanted to show you, no, it's not here. Oops, sorry. So you see, even based on the RFQ I've provided, he is able to provide the project description, what are the challenge, what are the expectation, what is the business value. And also, I mean, I can increase also some information regarding the application. And here, yeah, you can see he has defined what is the project scope. He has defined what are the persona. He has defined what are the epics and rated feature. And I can even generate a PDF out of this if I want to share back with my receiver. So I will stop sharing. I will share my another screen. Up, present. I don't know if I can answer any question. I mean, if there is any question, anyway, if you want to get in touch with me, if you have additional contact, you can scan. You will have all my contact information in this QR code. It's a V card. Let me see if I see any comment in the chat. So, does anyone have a question? So, I hope this introduction to the business impact of Power Platform has been valuable to you. Keep focus on your receiver here. Your receiver needs is usually related to their business and what is the financial impact. So I give you here some of the argument to go to there to value the Power Platform capabilities. If you have any question, do not hesitate to contact me. It was a real pleasure for me to be a host in this bootcamp. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Arnold. It was a great session. We're trying to look if we have a couple of people with questions, but I think no questions yet. Definitely, once we get people with questions, we'll definitely let you know and push some to you. The session was really great. I was speaking to a couple of colleagues saying that this session spoke to most of us who have businesses, and I think we need to actually come and school under you and get some insight. Thank you so much for a wonderful session, and thank you so much for meeting us. But before you leave, someone is asking, how can we access RoboScope?
So RoboScope will be deployed on the Microsoft App Source within 3 months. So basically by June, it will be available on the App Source of Microsoft.
Fantastic.
But if you need a dedicated demo, we can show you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for the session, and we're excited to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Have a all nice bootcamp and a nice weekend. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much, Arnold. All right. What a session we just had. If you learned a lot, in the comment section on YouTube, drop what you learned, drop how it was for you. I'm looking at YouTube right now. Drop what you learned, drop what just one thing. I can say about a couple of people on YouTube. So drop 1 or 2 things that you've learned in this session. And while you're doing that, also share the link. Share this link to your friends, to people you love, people you really want them to learn something, right? Share this link to them, like, subscribe to the channel so that we can have more people pop in to join the session today. We still have a lot of interesting things lined up for us today, a lot of learning. We're still going to have insight into some practical and some technical sessions. So do well to share, like. I'm looking at the comment section. Nobody's typing anything. Let me see. What did you learn? What did you learn during the keynote speech? What did you learn? And while you're doing that, it's time for our next speaker. All right, it's time for our next speaker, and it's going to be an interesting time with the next speaker because we'll be learning a couple of things. Also, she's someone that we all know. She's someone that is experienced, also who have done a lot in the Microsoft Power Platform, ecosystem, and yeah, she's also a Microsoft MVP. So it's going to be an interesting session to walk us through a couple of things. Her name is Rachel Irabo, and Rachel is an interesting person, everybody. Let me just tell you, very funny person. All right, she's passionate about building community. So if you're looking for somebody to, learn things about community building, I think Rachel is your go-to person. If you're looking from somebody who can guide in, podcasting, technology, and all of that, Rachel is your person. She's a podcast expert, a YouTuber, a Microsoft student ambassador, and definitely she's a Microsoft Power Platform developer. So I'm excited to have Rachel on board. She'll be taking us through introductions to Power Platform, all right, for those who are new, and also for those who have been in the Power Platform space or who would like to also become Microsoft MVP. Rachel will be taking us through all of that. So join me, everybody. I want to see emojis in the chat as we welcome on stage Rachel Irabo. Hi, Rachel. You're muted.
Thank you. So, hi everyone. Happy
Hi.
Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2025. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I should go ahead with my slide, right?
Please go ahead.
Okay. So, hi everyone. Today, welcome to the session. The keynote was amazing. So, and I'm going to go ahead with my session, which is Introduction to Power Platform. And also for those of us who are interested in joining the Microsoft MVP program. So I'm also going to be sharing light about that. So to know me, okay. So my name is Rachel Irabo. I'm from Nigeria, but I currently live in Malta. I'm a Microsoft MVP for Microsoft Business Application, which is Power Apps and Power Automate. I'm a Power Platform and a Dynamics 365 CRM developer. I'm also a regional lead for Microsoft Global Community Initiative. I'm also part of the leadership team for Power Platform User Group Nigeria and the organizer for Dynamics 365 and Power Platform User Group Malta. Okay, so nice to meet everyone. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead with my slide. Okay, so for the agenda we have today, I'm just going to be giving a brief overview of what is Power Platform, especially for those, maybe this is the first time you're hearing about Power Platform. I'm going to be giving a brief overview about Power Platform, the different applications in Power Platform. I'm also going to be talking about leading initiatives that you can take within your company. I'm going to be sharing my Power Platform journey just to inspire you. I'm also going to be talking about challenges I faced while learning and strategies that helped my learning journey. And then I'm going to be discussing about the Microsoft MVP program and how you can get into the Microsoft MVP program, like what the MVP program recognizes for you to join the program. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead with my slide. Okay, so what is Microsoft Power Platform? I love Microsoft Power Platform. So Microsoft Power Platform is a low-code, no-code platform that Microsoft has created. And it's like because when you have the developers, you have the technical developers, like people who they use different programming languages to either build applications or whatsoever they are doing. And then you have individuals who do not know how to code. Like they don't know how to use your C#, they don't know how to use your Python. So Microsoft has been able to bridge that gap where they can both come together or separately and build a solution with Microsoft Power Platform, which is amazing. And in Microsoft Power Platform, we have different applications in Microsoft Power Platform. And the applications are Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Pages, Copilot Studio, and Power BI. And a lot of times where people, like, maybe this is the first time they're hearing about Power Platform, they're like, Rachel, what is Microsoft Power Platform? And what I ask them is that, have you heard about Power BI? They are like, yes. I say, okay, fine, that is good. Meaning you have at least heard about Power Platform, because Microsoft Power Platform, it's with Power BI. Okay, maybe now it's going into Microsoft Fabric more, but Microsoft Power BI is also part of Microsoft Power Platform. So the Microsoft Power Platform, where you have the Power Apps, is used for building applications. Power Automate is for automation. Then Copilot Studio, where you get the opportunity to build your own copilots. Like Copilot is very familiar right now. I don't know, has anybody used Microsoft Copilots? If you have used it, you can just drop it in the comment section. Has anybody used Microsoft Copilots to maybe to plan a holiday, to ask questions? If you have used it. Okay, so Microsoft Copilot, Copilot Studio, you get the opportunity to build your own copilots. Then you have Power Pages, where you can build websites and connect it to your data. It's really, really amazing. And you also have your Power BI, which is for reporting and building a dashboard. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead with my slide. So leading initiatives within your company. There's this big question where people ask that, okay, with Microsoft Power Platform, do I have to pursue a career in Microsoft Power Platform in order to work with the Microsoft Power Platform applications? No, you do not have to pursue a career in Power Platform to use the Microsoft Power Platform application. Like maybe you're already a data analyst, you are a software engineer, whatever career path you are following, or maybe you are a business analyst, or you are in administration. So whatever career path you are in, you can definitely use Power Apps application. You can also pursue a career in Power Platform, but if you have a particular career path you are in right now, or you are trying to pursue, you can use Power Apps application. And the next question is, how can I use Power Platform application? So that is what we are talking about here, which is leading initiatives within your company. And in what ways can you do this? You can do this through already existing projects, like a project that already exists in your company. You can just look at it like, okay, in what ways can I use Power Platform to improve this project? In what ways can I use Power Platform to improve this project? It can be that you have to create reports and send it like 9 a.m. every day, or 10 p.m. or 5 p.m. every day, or you work with DevOps. You work with DevOps and you want to automate it. You can use Power Automate for it. There are different projects in your company that you can easily bring Power Automate into. Or maybe you in your company you work with everybody works with data. So maybe in your company you work with entering data, maybe into a notepad. You work with entering data into a notepad. You can easily use Power Apps application to, you can bring that process and bring it into Power Apps application, and maybe you can use Power Automate to run on the background of that project. So there's no, you have to think about the licensing part of it, but you can definitely ask your IT team. If you're not in IT, you can ask your administrators in your company to find out what license they have. Because if you have the Office 365 license, you might also have access to your Power Apps and your Power Automate. So you can find out what license they have, or you can pitch the idea to your company that look at what Power Platform can do. You can give them different examples of what they can do with Power Platform, and you can take it from there. Then another one is solving business problems. So if you have noticed that there's a particular thing in your company where you think that you can easily make this process better, like bringing in Power Platform to increase productivity in that process. And I think a lot of industry, they work differently, but I think all companies actually work with performance rating. So with you being able to solve business problem, it increases your value within the company. So being able to look for business problems, okay, is there anything in this, or is there anything, apart from even the business problem, is there anything I'm doing? Like, is there any task that I'm doing that I can make easier using Power Automate? It can be as easy as, it can be personal. It can be as easy as your normal personal Outlook email. Like for me, I have a lot of emails and it's really, really hard for me to keep track of my emails. So you can just create a folder. I know you can also do this with using rules in Outlook, but you can create a folder. You can create different folders in your Outlook, and then you can use Power Automate to actually use keywords. Like maybe there's a particular keyword in the email and you want it to be pushed to a particular folder, or you want to extract information from the emails sent. You want to extract information from the emails sent to you. Like maybe you want to extract the email address, or you want to extract a particular information from the emails. You can extract them and save them in an Excel file. So there are so many things you can do with Power Platform, so many things you can do with all the applications in Power Platform. So you don't have to only use it. So one thing you need to get from what I have said is that you don't have to only use it for business problems. You can also use Power Platform for your own personal use to make things a lot easier for you. Okay. And for those of us who are learning, who are just starting their learning journey, and maybe you have a question that, okay, I'm just starting my learning journey. How can I, because I'm not working in a company, so how can I solve business problems within a company? You can easily go to either ChatGPT and Copilot and ask it to create a use case for you of a business problem that can be solved with Power Platform. This will give you an idea of a project to work with. And when you maybe you are in an interview, you can easily explain that, okay, this is the use case and this is how I use Power Platform to solve that particular business problem. So that is a way you can actually do it as a learner or as a beginner who you currently do not have a company that you can solve an already existing problem, or an already existing project. Okay. So how I started my Power Platform journey. I love Power Platform so much. Like, I talk about Power Platform every day and I work with Power Platform. So it's amazing. So how I started my Power Platform journey, because this is an introduction to Power Platform, I think it's a great idea to share with you my journey in Microsoft Power Platform. So I started my journey in Microsoft Power Platform in 2021. And I was a student then, and I was looking for the next thing to do. Like, how I needed, the reason I was looking to come into tech was money. So I was looking at, okay, what can I do to be able to fend for myself, not be able to reach out to my parents to ask them for money. And then I tried a lot of things, but money was always the standing block between me and progressing in that particular thing I'm looking into. So when I got to learn about Power Platform, and before I got to know about Power Platform, like, I had no idea that there were careers in tech. Like, tech is something that anybody could come into. With me being in Nigeria does not mean that I cannot get opportunities to get into tech. So I got to know about Power Platform, the bootcamp. I attended the bootcamp where my journey started in late 2021. I attended the bootcamp. I got to learn about Power Platform, and the bootcamp was for 10 days. During that bootcamp, they gave us assignments. They advised us to share our journey, like share our learnings online. They also, at the end of it, they gave us a hackathon to do. Like, they shared us into group, gave us a hackathon to do. So it was really amazing when I was able to build dashboards. My dashboard was terrible, but it was my first time. I also got to build applications, simple applications, Power Automate Flow. Then it was not Copilot Studio, it was Power Visual Agent. We got to build a chatbot, and Power Pages was not there then. But it was really amazing experience. And also being able to, and during my process, I was struggling as a student, because I was a student and I was trying to come into tech, because I had no idea of what the next step should be. Like, how is my career going to be looking like? If I finish school now, what is going to be the next thing I'm going to be doing? So it was really hard as a student being able to navigate, because doing all of these things, I was also preparing for my examinations, between going back to back ninth class, and even after the boot camp, I got to a certain point where I was like, when I came online, I came to Twitter. I started sharing my journey on Twitter, and a lot of persons I was seeing around me, they were all doing data, like data analysts, different career paths in data. Being a data analyst is amazing, but because I was seeing so many people in, excuse me, because I was seeing so many people in data, I said, okay, maybe I should also be a data analyst, because everybody around me is also a data analyst. And then I started 100 Days of Python. And during the 100 Days of Python, like I said, I was a student, so I was going back to back ninth class. When I go to ninth class, in the morning I come back home, and then I go back to school again. I was preparing for exams, and I was also doing 100 days of code. So I needed to learn Python every day. So it was really difficult. Where I got to a point, I was like, okay, Rachel, what have you, like, you're sharing your journey online, but do you have any evidence that there's something you have learned from this 100 days of code that you're doing? I really had no evidence, because the mistake I was making then was that I was just going through just one course. I was not browsing online. I was not checking anything online. I was not asking enough questions. So it was really difficult for me to catch up. And being a data analyst was not something I wanted to do. I'd already fallen in love with Power Platform. So I was like, okay, I want to pursue a career in Power Platform. And how can I change this? That is when I started a Twitter space. I reached out to Foin, Epredona, reached out to Azure, and also Mary Myers, where I asked them that, okay, I do not know so much about Power Platform, and I'm not seeing so many people around me who are into Power Platform. I would like to know how you use Power Platform on your day-to-day. How does it look like? Like, how do you use it to solve business problems? And then they told me about, I created a Twitter space. I was like, okay, if I have this question, I think that other people out there who are also curious about Power Platform also have the same question as me. So that is when I started the Twitter space. We talked about it. A lot of people joined the call. I ran the Twitter space for 5 months, where I invited different people from different parts of the world to talk about Power Platform. And it was also an opportunity for me to also learn about Power Platform. And while I was doing all of this, I was also working on my soft skills, because I was not a very good public speaker. Like, I had so many issues with speaking. Like right now, I'm speaking on the camera, so hi. So then I could not speak on the camera. I could not speak on Twitter spaces. When I start speaking, I'll start stammering. So it was really hard. So it was like a learning journey for me, everything I was doing. Then I went back to the boot camp. Because I was trying to improve my learning, I went back to the boot camp, and I was like, okay, I want to learn. If I can be given an opportunity to be able to teach others, like, I really did not have so much knowledge then, but if I can be given an opportunity to teach others, that is when my contribution to the community started. So throughout my journey, I gave back to the community. Every step I took, I gave back to the community. And then I got the opportunity of joining the Power Platform User Group Nigeria, and joining the leadership team. I also started speaking at events. That was online events. My first speaking event was at Power Addicts. It's a user group in the US. That was my first speaking opportunity. And one thing I want to advise you is that while you are doing everything that you are doing, especially if you are sharing your journey online, a lot of people are seeing you. A lot of people are seeing you. So don't be, even though you're having 1 like, 2 likes, nobody is, because I've seen a person who, I traveled recently, and I was talking to someone, and we're discussing about how engagement is online. So even though you're having 1 likes, 2 likes, it does not really matter. Just post online. It should just be a notepad to you. Don't really think about it. If nobody's commenting, nobody's liking your post, people are seeing it. Even though they don't like it, even though they don't comment on it, people are seeing it. And it might just give you an edge in your journey of what's on your career path also. Okay, so I also got the opportunity of joining the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors program. So if you're a student, I'm going to advise you to go ahead and apply and join the program. It's going to help you shape your career journey I would advise you to join. It will give you opportunity to Microsoft's employees, to give you opportunity to different students from different parts of the world. It will give you opportunity to host an event, free resources. So it's something you need to join if you are a student, whether you are in either you are in university, in college, in polytechnics, whether you are doing your master's or you are doing your PhD. I would advise you to join the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors Program. So I started hosting events, sharing my journey, and I think I started my journey in November 2021, and then I think in April, I've already gotten a job. I've already gotten a job in where I live right now in Malta. I've already done an interview and gotten an offer. And so, and how did I get that opportunity? It was through my sharing my journey online. Somebody just reached out to me, Rachel, have you heard of this company before? I'm like, no, this is the first time I'm hearing about it. Okay, send me your CV and let's see how it goes. That's how it happened. That was the first time I was talking to the person. I don't know the person from anywhere. So I'll continue to advise you, share your journey. Then in December 2022, I moved to Malta. I created a community here in Malta. And I also got to join the Microsoft MVP program, which was last year. Okay, let me continue. So challenges I faced while learning, like especially if you are coming into Power Platform, when you're starting your journey in Power Platform, there are a lot of things that you're going to, especially when you are coming from a non-technical background or when you are looking into what to do. I faced imposter syndrome. I had issues with knowing, I faced imposter syndrome when I was scared to share my journey online. It was not easy. Most times I would not feel it to come online and share my journey. I also had fear, like what is the next thing, fear of the unknown, of what is the next thing that will happen. I also had laptop and light issue because then I was in school. I did not have a good laptop. If there is no light, my laptop will not come on. So I had to walk the whole streets to be able to get lights to use my laptop. And I also had money issues. So it was really, really difficult. There were days of crying, days where I had to sacrifice a lot of things to be able to learn and follow my career paths. Okay. So, and the things that helped me in my Power Platform learning journey, like the things that helped me, because I'm still in my Power Platform, I'm still in my learning journey, but the things that has helped me is sharing my journey online, sharing about both the bad, both the good, sharing about them online, sharing about the things I'm learning. Like if I finish a Microsoft learning part now, I'm going to talk about what I learned from that Microsoft Learn part. I'm also going to share the, like, when you finish a Microsoft Learn part, you get like something you can share online to celebrate that, okay, I have completed this module. So I was doing all of that. And also I was making sure to connect with individuals who were in the same career path that I wanted to follow. Like being in Power Platform, I started following everybody that had Power Platform in their profile. I started following people that were using the hashtags Power Platform, just so I can have like the Power Platform community around me, because it's people that actually make up the Power Platform community or any community that you want to be a part of. So even though you're not pursuing a career path in Power Platform, maybe you're in data and you want to use Power Platform application, I advise you to you should follow people who are in Power Platform and in data, just to have people around you to encourage you, where you can get the opportunity to ask questions. You get the opportunity to ask questions, and you also get the opportunity to connect with people. Because they said there's one thing that people say, they say your network is the people you know is your network is your net worth. Yeah. Okay. And throughout my learning journey, I made sure I worked on my soft skills. I worked on public speaking. I worked on being able to communicate with people, like face-to-face communication. Because the first time when I attended because before I was attending visual events, when I started attending physical events, it was really, really difficult for me to speak to people. I was just looking at people. Maybe sometimes I'm smiling, but I'm scared. So I had to work on that, and I did that by volunteering in opportunities where I could speak to people. Like maybe somebody, you want to register somebody in, I'll have to speak to you. So those were the ways I worked on myself. And also with volunteering in any community I'm in, it's a lot difficult right now, but I try as much as possible to be active in that community. That if you ask of me, you actually definitely going to hear my name in that community. And then I joined different communities from different parts of the world. So right now I'm currently in DUG Diverse Minds, which is about diversity. I'm in Power Platform User Group Nigeria, Power Platform User Group Malta. I'm also in Platform Explorers. I'm also currently in ACM, which is Association of Computer Machinery. So I'm in a lot of communities, and that is what has been helping me to grow my career. Okay, so let's go ahead to the next side of my presentation, which is the Microsoft MVP program. So one thing I'm going to say is that the Microsoft MVP program is amazing, but it should not be your goal. It should be your goal, but it should not be your goal, because the Microsoft MVP program is like a recognition by Microsoft, just to tell you thank you for contributing to the community, for talking about our products, for speaking about our products and promoting it, and also thank you for your technical expertise in this particular technology. And the Microsoft MVP program is not just focused on, maybe you want to be a Microsoft MVP and you are thinking that, okay, I'm not in Power Platform, so how can I become an MVP? So the Microsoft MVP program has different categories. You have the categories for data platform, you have the categories for web development, you have the categories for Microsoft 365. There are different categories that you can be a part of. So I just wanted to know that. So if you are pursuing a career path, or you are an expert in a career path and you are not like in Power Platform, it's fine. You can also be a Microsoft MVP in other categories. And one thing to notice too is that what's the MVP program? Why I said the goal should not be becoming a Microsoft MVP, because I've seen a lot of persons where they get nominated and maybe their application is rejected, they feel down. It's a little bit difficult for them to continue contributing to the community. So your contribution should just be normal. Your contribution should be normal. It should be like a learning process, a way to give back, a way to give back to the community. So, and what the Microsoft MVP program recognizes, they recognize your community contribution. So if you are contributing to the community, it should not be any paid opportunity that you did does not count as a community contribution. So like right now, I'm speaking here, this is a community contribution. This is a free event. This is a community contribution. If you have a YouTube channel and you're talking about Microsoft technology or maybe Power Platform, that is a community contribution. If you have maybe a blog, you're writing blogs, maybe on Medium or any other platform, and maybe you just talk about how to create a feature, how to solve a problem, anything you talk about, that is a community contribution. Or maybe you have a podcast where you invite people to talk about technology, that is a community contribution. It can also be hosting events. There are so many ways you can give to the community. It can also be open source. There are a lot of open source in Power Platform where you contribute to. That is definitely a community contribution. So there are different ways that you can contribute, and you can even create your own idea of what you feel comfortable with and how you want to contribute to the community. Then the next thing that the Microsoft MVP program recognizes is your expertise on, like now, if like in Power Platform, we have the different applications in Power Platform. You have your Power Apps, Power Automate, Power BI, Power Pages, and Copilot Studio. So it's going to count towards your technical expertise. For me, I am a Microsoft MVP on Power Apps and Power Automate. And also, they also think about impact and influence on how how the contribution you are doing, how is it impacting the community. So if you're having maybe you're having an event, and like for this now, this is a community impact. Everybody here, we are on the call to learn about Power Platform. So you just have to think about, okay, how you have to weigh the community impact, like how are you benefiting. If it's a one-on-one mentorship, it counts, but I'm not really sure. But it just depends on the impact you are having to the community. And I don't have a slide for that, but I'm just going to explain this for those of us who are interested in joining the. Okay, you say you can't hear me. Can you hear me now? Okay, so for those of us who are interested in joining the Microsoft MVP program, so how it works is that either a Microsoft employee or a Microsoft MVP nominates you. So you can even reach out to people to nominate you. So you don't have to wait for somebody to nominate you. You can just reach out to somebody. Can you nominate me? This is what I have done in the community. This is how I have impacted the community. And you can also reach out to Microsoft employees too if you want to be nominated. So once you are nominated, you get sent an email to let you know that, okay, you have been nominated. Then you sign in, you feel like there's an application you have to fill to talk about your community impacts, what you are doing in the community, and what you will do. Like, what are you going to do if you become an MVP and things like that. So they ask you those questions, and you wait for a few months to know if you have been approved or rejected. And if you are rejected, that is fine. You're amazing, and you can continue contributing to the community and be nominated again for the Microsoft MVP program. So if you are rejected, it does not mean that you cannot become a Microsoft MVP. You can still be nominated to join the Microsoft MVP program. Okay. So thank you so much, everyone. And if you have any questions, I would love to see your questions. If you have any questions, just feel free to ask me. I'm happy to answer your questions. For the person who asked for the Microsoft Learn student websites, you can go to your browser and just search for Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors Program. The first link that is shared, that is it. I'm going to be sharing the link to that. But yeah, that's basically it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. So what a session. So inspiring hearing about your journey and how you are who you are today. I think is a very, very important thing to learn. What an amazing session. If you love the session, in the comment section, just throw in some love emojis. Throw in some love emojis to Rachel. Throw in some love emojis. If you enjoyed the session, let's throw in some love emojis. All right. Fantastic. All right. So we have one more question. Rachel, I believe you are still with me.
Yes, I am.
So someone is asking that, is it mandatory to host events to become an MVP?
Okay, no, it's not mandatory to host events to become an MVP. So you can have a YouTube channel where you talk about Microsoft Power Platform or any other technology, any other Microsoft technology. You can have a blog, maybe on Medium. You don't have to create a website. You can have a blog where you just talk about how to solve a problem. It can be maybe you are building a project. You just write about how you write the use case and how you are solving that problem with Power Platform. Or it can just be 100 words or 200 words blog post, but you're solving a problem or you're talking about how to solve a problem. It can also you being speaking at events. If you see any Microsoft events, any community events, apply to speak. Like, for instance, we have our Power Platform Nigerian community. You can reach out to any of the leaders to let them know that, okay, hi, I'm interested in speaking at any opportunities in the community. That's a great way you can start from. So there are different ways you can actually contribute to the community. It just depends on what are you comfortable with and what do you enjoy. Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. I've got two more questions for you. All right. So someone is asking again. I think this question is from Oluwatomisin Olatoye. Thank you for asking. It says, did you complete the 100 days Python? And if you did, how did you pull it through?
Okay, I did not complete the 100 days Python. And yeah, I did not. It was difficult. There were a lot of things happening around me then. I had to, like, I was going to back night class. I was stressed and I was walking around for lights. So it was difficult. And when I checked myself to ask myself, Rachel, what are you learning from this? Like all the stress that is happening, you're only watching one video, one course, you're not doing any research. What are you learning from it? There was nothing. I had nothing to say to myself. So I had to stop. Yeah.
All right. It happens sometimes. Final question. What are the platforms to learn about Microsoft Power Platform?
Okay, so if your question is where can I learn Microsoft Power Platform, you can learn Microsoft Power Platform from the Nigerian Power Platform community. We have different programs where we talk about Microsoft Power Platform. You can also learn from Microsoft Learn. Just have to go to Microsoft Learn and learn about Microsoft Power Platform. And then you can also learn from YouTube. Just go to YouTube and search for Microsoft Power Platform. There are a lot of playlists, a lot of videos there where you can start from. And I think the one that helps me a lot is the one with April Donald. She has like a full playlist on Power Apps. Even Lisa Crosby, she has a full playlist on it. And Reza, Daniel Christian. So there are different, even in Nigeria we have different YouTube content creators that create videos on Power Platform. So yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for taking us through the journey. We enjoyed the session. It was really a good one. You can see from the questions that people really love the session. Thank you so much. All right. All right. Thank you, people. I believe you're learning something. Like I said, it's a power packed day. It's Power Platform actually, so it's power packed. All right. Without wasting much of our time, let's take this further. Right. Let's take this further. I believe you can just, if in case you're not seated, get a seat, get some drinks, and we're in for a long journey today, an interesting journey. All right. Just to bring up stage next, we'll be taking it further. And then looking at critical aspect of the Microsoft Power Platform. We'll look at different aspects, and I believe that at the end of the whole session, you'll be able to, have detailed interest in any one of them. The next person I'm about to introduce, we call him Muba BI Analytics. Very fantastic, man. He's a seasoned data analyst, business intelligence expert with over 3 years experience in business intelligence with Microsoft Power BI. He's a certified Power BI analyst, and he has empowered over 1,000 persons. That's commendable, right? Through comprehensive trainings in data analytics through Power BI, Excel, SQL, Python, and also as a developer and a technical writer. And he's also a passionate, lifelong learner. So not just implementations, but also learning himself. He's deeply committed to knowledge transfer, and that's why we have Muba here with us today, taking us through a wonderful time of positivity in this training. So Muba Dauda will be taking us through building a cross-functional reporting to streamline business insight. I believe we have a lot of business people on the call. You'll be learning how to build reporting that can help you solve and address those scenarios. So welcome with me, everybody, with some emoji shout in the comment section. Muba Dauda, it's good to have you here, brother. Welcome, sir.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, anywhere you're joining from.
Good day. It's good to have you. Yeah, loud and clear, we hear you.
All right, thank you. Please confirm you can see my screen.
Yes, I think we see a screen.
Okay. Hi everyone. So today we'll be discussing about optimizing data model, building a cross-functional reporting to streamline business insights. As you are all here, business have different departments, we have different scenarios, and at the end of the day, it's all come back to the managerial view, which is the C-suite that will make the decision. Yeah, you as an analyst or as a salesperson, as a delivery person, you look at what you have in your organization, you do what pertains to your department, and you make your recommendation. This is all we'll do, this is all we'll do. But the decision comes back to the management because they are the one that will actually execute majorly of this. So how can you help the management to see the business insights across each department, looking at the pain points from each department, looking at the commercial, the finance team, the logistics teams, supply chain teams, if you work in FMCG industry. So how would you help the management to see the business overview of an entire company so they can make better decisions? So that's what we're looking at in this session. The next few minutes, we'll get into something. Yeah. So in this session, we'll be covering about me. I've actually been introduced already. My interest, what is data modeling? Why do you need a data model for a cross-functional reporting? Factor dimensional modeling, exploring relationship between tables, relationship types in data modeling, different types of data model and their benefits. And then we go into the demo on how you can implement this in your day-to-day activities to help your business. Yeah, with me, as been said, I'm a business intelligence analyst, developer with over 3 years experience using Power BI across Microsoft Business Tools. I'm a certified Power BI analyst and I'm a WordPress developer. Yeah, I do websites before I moved into data. So, and I write also where I share my knowledge, just like I'm sharing this. So I write because I always believe there's always a simpler way to make people understand the Django things. So yeah, I train people like individual training, community training, where I taught people Power BI, Excel, SQL, and Python. And that's everything about me. And I'm a student, just like how you are here too. So student of lifelong learning. I believe you learn till you die. Yeah, that's one of my beliefs. So that's all about me. What are my interests? What do I have interest in? As I mentioned, teaching. You can see from there. So I love teaching. I've been teaching Power Platform, Power BI for like 4 years now. So I love teaching. So I have a YouTube, I have a blog where I create tutorial on Power BI, SQL, and my general day-to-day life experience. So I love karate. If you've seen me before, yeah, that's why it's Power BI. There is a karate stuff that I do too. So I love karate. Yeah, yeah. I engage speaking, so I can talk from now to today. And then I love reading, and I love music, especially. So let's get right into our agenda for today. So what is data modeling? So data modeling is a collection of tables with relationships, which enables your business user to easily understand and explore their data to get business insights. So data models help the business user to understand and explore the data that you have to get business insights. Yeah, there's the technical part. Data modeling is the technical part. When you have different tons of table, different tons of information from different places, and how can you like bring this together, minimize it, normalize it, so only give the right information that will help the business. That's what data modeling does. So your work as a developer or a Power BI developer is to do all this technical stuff and put it into business cases where they can easily understand. So a quote from Marco Russo, one of the pioneer of data modeling and one of the pioneer of Power BI in the industry, said the basic idea is always the same: enable the user to navigate data without rewriting a new query every time. That's the basic idea of data modeling. Before data modeling, there is what's it called, query reporting, SSRS. You need to write query, you need to write logic to actually answer specific question as a logic to actually generate insights. But it takes time, it's not efficient enough, and it takes a lot of technical knowledge. So data modeling was created to simplify all of that. So why do we need data model? Why like data modeling is important? The reason why data modeling is important is this is simplify analysis. Before data modeling was created, as I mentioned, there are SSRS, that are much of analytical service, reporting service that doesn't have like charts or stuff. You need to write query, you need to write logic to do most of the business insight you want to do. So it takes a lot of technical knowledge, a lot of things, and not efficient enough. And it's not reusable most times because if you need another thing, you need to like write another query. So it takes longer time. So data model was created to simplify those analysis. That's why data model is important. It enables relational data analysis, which means, as I mentioned, if you have tons of table, you have different department in an organization. For example, there is a sales department, there is a finance department, there is a logistics department, supply chain, there is customer support department. How can you relate all this information from different departments, maybe about a customer, about a sales, about the finance, like what they spent, how it's being spent out, how it's being procured for the invoices, or anything you want, like how you want to relate them together to generate one question or to answer one question for a business or to help them to. So data modeling helps with that. It enables all those relations from different departments into one so they can relate together and connect into one. Improves performance. Data model improves performance. Yeah, as I mentioned before, data model it's not efficient. It takes a lot of time. So with data model, you can reuse same table, reuse same information. Once it's been set up, you can reuse it tons of time without going back to another thing. Once data model is been set up well, you can go on with it. So it supports advanced calculation, which you're looking at, because in Power BI you write DAX to do advanced analysis. So once your data model like is good, you can do your advanced calculation. So one thing I would like to say is if you have a wrong value when you're computing your DAX is not working, check your model. If your model is not good, your DAX will not work. So you cannot do anything advanced calculation. Your calculation will be inaccurate if your data model is bad. So, and it's the last thing why data model is important is enhanced data visualization. So if you see very good visuals there, very good dashboard, report that you say, wow, 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 because the data model that is behind everything is working fine. That's why it is relational. When you click a filter, click a slicer, you'll see, oh, this beautiful, this moves, because data model is very good. So that's the reason why data model is important to build a cross-functional report. So what makes a good data model? Like, how would you know, okay, you have a good data model in Power BI? A good data model should have like two things, which is a fact table and dimension table. That's what makes a good data model. So a fact table contains numerical information about a business, process, or items to be aggregated. So any information, or any information or data that you need to be aggregated, for example, sales amount, cost, transaction, you want to do average, anything that needs to be aggregated will always be in fact table. Yeah. And fact table can contain like a duplicate record of some information because it's contain aggregation. So usefulness with limited without context. Without context, if there is like fact table is useless if there is no context to it. If you look at the image, like the snapshot beside, um, I'm the employee reporting to Jerion, and I said I saw 7, and I feel like great, we make good sales today. So 7 of us, like what do you sell? When do you sell it? Where? Who do you sell it to? So because I just have the overall information, but there is no context around that. So for me to get those context, that's why like my manager is now asking like, who do you sell all these things? Like who? So I need a very good data model to be able to like answer those stuff. So that's what facts give us. And we have a dimension. So a dimension table here is descriptive information. Don't forget, fact table is like a numerical information. So anything that are numerical, your dates, your sales amounts, anything you want to like do, the ID, any ID, like those are the things your fact table contains. So mostly dimension contain majorly descriptive information, like a customer table, that have the customer information, the name of the customer, the city, the country that the customer from, the product name, the product type, the category. Those are descriptive information because those are the things that can provide context to the aggregate table that you have. So for example, now the day, the month, the customer has been mentioned. Without dimension, there's no context. You can't have a context without like dimension, as mentioned when you're creating a data model. So if you say 7, so I said maybe customer 7 customers buy this. Let's say Mobile buy 5, Shegun buy 2. So those are a context. These are context, and who will provide those context is dimension table. So dimension table, also called lookup on steroid, like it's still some people still call it lookups. So in some other aspects also. So that's what dimension tables does. So this is like a pictorial diagram of what fact and dimension looks like. So when you have a model, you always have your fact table. This is a star schema design. So you have your fact table in the middle, or you can have it, you can make another design when we get into the demo. So the dimension are the one that will like relate one by one, which are providing the what's it called, the context. If you look at this, you would see car sales data, and then you see the color for the car, the countries that the car were bought from, the invoices which are like do, and then the clients that buy those cars, and you can see. So there is this one of my favorite quote by Ralph Kimball about dimension. He said, "Dimension provides the who, what, where, when, like the 5WH, like the 5W and H context surrounding a business process event. So that's what dimension tables provide. So if your dimension, if you have a table or your information that not fulfill this 5W and H question, it means you don't have a very good, cannot like do a very meaningful analysis. So if you have those information, then you have very good dimension, and then you can do your aggregation, continue with your analysis. So yeah, we have now it now comes to relationship. So in data modeling, you've covered what data modeling is, what makes a good data model, why you need what a fact table is, what a dimension table is, and then why you need them. So now there's something that will connect. Don't forget, data model. One of the reasons for data model is enable relational. What is it called? Enable relational data analysis. So because you have different dimensions, as mentioned, you have different departments, sales, logistics, anything you want to have. You have different departments, and you need a managerial view, like the company or the managerial department, which is the executive, needs to know the business process across the entire company, generally, not specific department, entire company generally, because you have different departments. Just like in your school, if you're a student, there are different faculty in your school. Another faculty there is different department in the faculty. So maybe the HOD or the head of faculty needs to like see how all departments in that faculty is performing. So all of them have different information. So you need to bring it together and relate it together so they can get everything around the business. So relationship, that's what will connect both tables together to be able to do relational data analysis and bring that insights to the business. So relationship is connection between two tables using columns from each, usually between a fact and dimension table or dimension to dimension, called snowflake schema. So without relationship, there is no slides here. So yeah, and we were able to see all of this when we are doing our demo. So there are three kind of relationship. Yeah, there are three. Sometimes you might see four. When we are getting into demo, you might see four. So the first one is one to many, also known as many to one. So that's why you can say you can see four. So only three, one to many or many to one. Or let me say or and many to one. So in your relation, you'll see one to many and many to one. They are the same thing, but in different contexts. So when we get to demo, we like talk about more about that. One to one relationship and then many to many relationship. These are three kind of relationship. So how does this relationship function? So we're talking of relationship in data modeling, as they mentioned in the previous one, we have one-to-one. So one-to-one means every individual from one table is in another table. So, for example, um, one individual from dataset A is mapped to one individual record in dataset B. It means one person can only have, okay, let me take this as a scenario of what we use in our day-to-day, okay. So for you to unlock your phone, to unlock your phone, let's say you're using a fingerprint on a fixed ID. So one person can only unlock your phone once you set up the face ID, isn't it? So that's like a one-to-one. Another person can now open that was it called that face ID because it's only your face, except you are twins, which I see the bias. I don't know if it's only me, but I have some of my brother because I have the same face, same structure. Sometimes they open their phone, they'll unlock my phone. And if you're a twin also, maybe your twin sister or your twin brother can unlock your phone. If you have been to this scenario before, but if they are not twins, that's just a bias scenario I can like say maybe a flaw from face ID. So, but that's a scenario like a one-to-one relationship. So only your face, when you set up your face ID, only you can only unlock your phone. So one-to-many is one person can have multiple records, just like you having different. You have a phone now. You have different apps on your phone. Maybe let's say social app. Now you have TikTok, you have Twitter, you have LinkedIn, you have Instagram, you have Facebook. These are social media apps. It is just same name, but you have different information across all the social app, and you have different password to them or different stuff. But it's only you, but you have different multiple social media accounts. So that like a one-to-many relationship. Or even let's pick a Twitter example for like for Twitter example now, you cannot use same name and that one-to-one relationship. You cannot use same name and information to create another account. It will not go because only one information is only mapped to you. So, but when it comes to what's it called? One to many, you can create multiple Twitter accounts, but with different names. That's many to many. So having what's it called one to many is you having different social media app with same one name or it can be same name or same information, but it's still same you, which is that one app you have your name across all social media. So many to many is you can have many records, multiple records. You can have one Twitter account and then you can create multiple Twitter accounts out of that one Twitter app you have, but it's different information. So, and then you can log in into what's it called. And that scenario in the aspect relationship is you can log in your Twitter account to many devices. That is many to many. It means the same one person, but it has different information in another way. So it still take you as what's it called? As another many to many record. So let's come to types of data model. I've been mentioning star schema, snowflake schema. So those are type of data model. So we only have we have three types of data model. So we have the flat table. Flat table is just the normal raw data that you have, your Excel file, your CSV file, just flat tables. So normalized data model is you have only one table, but in this one table that you will have like mostly distinct record for every information. So let's say maybe you have like a sales data now, a unique order ID, and some information across records. So you might have a unique record across, that's a normalized stuff for you. It's like still a flat table, but it's normalized. No, there's no duplicate much in that. There's no duplicate in those records, just like flat, but it's normalized, means a unique across. So we now come to dimension. When you now having dimension, you now have multiple tables, not one table now. You have multiple tables. So in these multiple tables now, you now have like different dimension that you need to like bring into connect to one information to get that. That is star schema. So you have a dimension and a fact, as been explained. So you have a context and you have the aggregate table that you need to connect together so you can know the context with and go along with the fact table that you get aggregates. So and then snowflakes means a dimension having another dimension. So it's something like a star schema, but a dimension having another dimension. In this aspect, let's say you have a product table as a dimension. So in that product table, there's different categories too and subcategories. So you can have those as another dimension. And then those are what Snowflake is. So Next one here is different types of model. Like we want to look at the benefits and the cardinality of how this actually, when it comes to optimization, because you need to, like, when you're building your model, so after you create all these things, you need to know the cardinality and the benefit. So looking for performance, flat table, because flat table is just a normal data. It can contain duplicates you don't do, can store up, but that's just normal Excel file. So it's not mostly used in BI solution because it's not day to day what you can use. So normalize, as I say, a distinct one column. You can see the use case. The performance is like performance is like medium. The Sometimes it can slow down, sometimes it can't. Like is a medium, can either slow or high performance for your model. If you have a lot of normalized table, your report will be slow. So development effort, yeah, sometimes it's high because you might break it down to make a star schema for some normalized data. You might need to break it down to split it into normal what's it called, a dimension form to have a high performance. But if you are not breaking it down, because that's why it's development effort, it takes time for you, like because it takes extra effort. So query volume and complexity, high volume, yeah, because it's high, and then when it's getting bigger, the complexity will get low. So we don't like to. So what are these type of normalized data for? Is you can see CRM, ERP applications stuff, and then the computation is like a row to row basis, as I mentioned. So for star schema, the performance analysis make your performance analysis high, so the model will be faster. Development efforts, it takes it like, yeah, it's very fast to build, and then these are things where can you see kind of things that you can use task schema for, because you are doing relational data tables in this aspect. So if you have your data warehouse, your database, your analytical system, so these are where you can see all this kind of information where you will have tons of tables. So you need to like relate them together to see. So this come in a column to column basis. Same thing as snowflakes, as I mentioned. So, and then the other thing we have is role-playing dimension. So when you're building more optimized business process, you need to know some role-playing dimension. For example, like a role-playing dimension is a dimension that can filter related facts differently. So let's say we have a department, which is the logistics department. The logistics department has different information. Let's say they have a time when the order, yeah, which is the order. They have a time when they ship the order, a time when they deliver the order, or when they assign the order for delivery or process it. So they have different dates. So the management want to see, or the management want to see, okay, for each across maybe a period of time. So what is the ratio, like the comparison of what we are ordering to what we are shipping, maybe for January, to know those kind of process across, to know how efficient maybe that department is. So this role playing dimension comes. You will have different dates, will have different what's it called, related facts differently to the dimension. So as been said here, so in Power BI, one active relationship between two tables. That's the first thing that you have, and then any other to be inactive, you use the task called user relationship to activate all these measures. So also to optimize like role playing dimension is auto date and time. So you might need to create what's it called, auto date and time, create a date table for each for each date as is not using your relationship. So if you have multiple date information in your tables, so Power BI and your data model creates a date hierarchy, which is a date table for all those dates. So even though you are not used, so in this way, to like do to optimize your model for you not to be slower and for your performance to be faster, you need to like create a what's it called? You need to like create a data table. So optimize all this process. So you turn off all those bits that are not being used. You only make use of use necessary data table that you want to use for analysis. So the model can be optimized and your reports can be faster. So now that will be all for what once like gets familiar into what data modeling is. It's the show time now. We can get into the demo. So let's just follow through this. So we have a problem statement here. So Charles Enterprise operates across multiple departments, including sales, logistics, marketing, and customer support. Each department generates and manages its own data, which is currently siloed and not integrated into a unified system. This lack of integration leads to inefficiency, delayed decision making, and missed opportunities for business growth. Management requires a holistic view of the organization operations to optimize workflow, improve customer satisfaction, and drive revenue growth. So, what are the challenges that Charles Enterprise is facing? Data silos, because they don't have a unified system, inefficient workflows, poor customer experience, so they don't know how to do. So the objective for us here to do to help Charles Enterprises develop a centralized data model that will integrate all those data from different departments to provide the management with comprehensive and real-time view of the organization's operations so they can perform better. So the demo should enable cross-department insights so they can see everything across departments, customer journey, performance metrics, and provide proactive decision making. So this is what Charles Enterprise is facing, and this is what you are going to do to help Charles Enterprise so they can perform. So we have our data in our model already. So you already have Power BI. If you notice this environment for Power BI already, so we have different information here. So you come to your data model here. Since this is your data model, you can see we have different data from different departments here. We have others. So in this aspect now, we explain what a fact, a dimension is exactly. So let's go to our date table to know. So for each information here, this is loading, delivery. Okay. So you have customer feedback, which is from the customer support. So this data here is a fact table in its own. So in this aspect that we have 4 fact table because each department has their information. This is a 4 fact table. So we don't have a dimension in this aspect because this information is one department. 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 So for you to work on this, you don't need to create any dimension. If you want to create dimension into breaking this down, if you want to know the customer, you want to do the name of the customer, sign up. So sign up is a unique information because it contains the sign up of everything. You can relate them with any other thing you want to relate to because of the customer ID, which is sign up ID. But in this aspect, what we are doing first is looking at our data. So we want to build a cross-functional reporting. So if you look here now, we have a sign up information here. Sorry, let's go to the model sign up. So we sign up information that contain the name of those sign up, their information, and their sign up dates. We have the orders. When those people that sign up, when do they raise their order? This is their order ID, the product that they buy, the sales amount, the cost for that product that they buy, and this is what they sell it from, the quantity, and then the discount applied to it. And then you can do so the customer name, the sign up dates, and every other thing that I want to do. So in this aspect, now, if you want to do, you can say, okay, here we have the customer. You might want to know how many customer are the sales. So in that aspect, first, you can just come to your reporting here, create a new page. So you can come to your order, customer ID. Okay, I'm bring customer ID here, select a chart, maybe a bar chart, and their total sales or total customer ID should be on your y-axis. So this is the idea because you have a lot of customers, so it's showing a lot of things. You can pick top 10, and this is what you are trying to see here. But let's say we want to see the management wants to see, okay, let's say what is our sales across the year or across the month. So you can pick here, pick the sales, come to other dates. So you can see the data here. So maybe month, you select month, and then you select the total sales. So you can see the sales across the months. But now, because this is for one department, we are only looking at sales department here. But now the question now comes, the management wants to see everything. Let's say they want to see everything across how how many customers sign up, maybe in 1 month, how many orders were raised in 1 month. Like this same January, they want to know the sign up, they want to know the orders, they want to know how many delivered orders, they want to know how many complaints that they get in this same 1 month. So this in this aspect now, you will need to be creating one charts for each of everything by bringing their dates. We already have the total sales for each month, right? So I can copy this and duplicate. I'll copy this and duplicate. So I'll go to delivery. So I'll say delivery date, the hierarchy. If you notice, you'll see that this thing is a little bit quite slow. So because I'm using total sales, that you can see it is blank, and also because it is not related. There's no way I can see the maybe delivery. So I'm looking at delivery and the order, the number of orders delivered. And you can see count. So, and we can see here, we have a lot of, okay, we'll see the number of orders delivered here, and then we'll see this. So if you want to do again, we do the same thing for, let me move this up. We do the same thing. We do the same thing for feedback. We want to know how many feedback we get, how many complaints, complaint dates. So we move other dates here. Months, and then number of complaints, that's complaint ID or feedback ID. Where is this? Okay. So this number of complaints we have. So and we have another one again. We want to like go look at the what's it called? We already have sales department. We have the feedback. I think this three is okay. So for us to like do this now, let's say the management wants to see, because for a specific month they want to know what they do. So in this aspect now, there's no way to relate all this information for the managerial view. So if I select, maybe I bring a slicer here. There's a slicer. No, sorry. Control Z. So I bring a slicer. Which date am I, or which month am I using to select a specific month? There is no month I want to use, because all of this information are from different departments. There is nothing to relate them together to see the overview for each of every of this. And that's where the information now comes. That's where data modeling now comes into play. Because we have different information here. So the first thing we need to like do, because we have different departments and we want to see, the management want to see all the information across departments at a glance. So for me to build a cross-functional that can, something that will be able to like go through and relate all this together, we need to introduce what we call a date table. So for us to create a date table, you come to your new table here in your data model. You come to new table. So once you come to new table, I will share a link here. So you can just go to your browser and do Darkstorm. I think I have a dates calendar there. So just put Darkstorm on what's it called? The GitHub, and I drop the link for the resources also. So when you open the GitHub repo, you will see a dates calendar being created, and then you can just copy, which I'll copy now. Control C. And then my new table here is requiring for my DAX. So I believe everyone gets familiar with DAX. So you can just pick your minimum, and then you pick your minimum, the date calendar you want to use. If you're having maybe something you want to like, and pick minimum sign up date, I think that will have the list date table there, sign up dates. I will have the minimum date table there. And you can set up any date you want to pick. And then I can put maybe maximum complaint date. I think that should have the last, because the customer support are the one that will have the complaint date. So maximum complaint dates, yeah. And then look at start of the month. start of the month for other dates. So I'm just like doing. So you can make use of this for your own analysis. Just put. So this will create a date table for us that will make it everything seamless and centralized for us also. Yeah, our date table has been created. So the reason why it's getting slow like this is because we have auto date time. If you notice, you will see all this date hierarchy for each of every day that we don't need in our analysis. You will see that all of them have date hierarchy. That's why the report is getting slow. So the first thing to apply rule level dimension is to just go to your file in your option setting, go to option and setting. In your option and setting, click on option, and then please confirm you can see my if you can see the option screen. Can you see the previous version?
Session. If you're having a wonderful time, let me just see on the
Data
comment
load.
section. Okay, I think it's
Can you
back now.
see? Okay.
Okay, we see your
So,
screen now, Muba. Thank you. We see your
all
screen now.
right. So in the data load, you just turn off this auto, what's it called, time intelligence. So auto date and time for new file. So you make sure you check it off. So every time you want to like go into your analysis and you have a lot of the table, you have like much date table in your information. Always like turn it off and introduce a date table that can like simplify all those analysis and optimize the load time performance of your reports. So in that aspect now, because in my global one, any new file I want to create is always turn off. So I just turn it on for this current file that I'm using to present. So I'll just come here and I will say auto date time, turn it off for this current file. So you will see down here. When you click on OK, you will notice that all this data hierarchy, you can see everything has been moved because everything has been moved, and I will need to now introduce the only date information that I needed. In this aspect now, I have a date table created here. So I'll go to date table and I will come to table view here. In my date table, I'll come to mark as date table because I want to tell my data model that this date information that I created should be the only date that will centralize in the aspect. That is one. So the other one we need to like create now. Different like cities across all this delivery. So as a managerial view, they want to see the geography, they want to see the city, they want to know the months, they might want to see the country. So another thing you can introduce is to create a centralized information tool for city because that's what we relate all of this so that you can do a centralized reporting, a cross-functional reporting. So what you will do is to create another new table again. So for new table, you can just pick a city from any table and then make it a centralized one. So create a new table and then a new DAX will like come up for you. And then you can call this city table. And then, so as I mentioned, I'm picking any date from any city. So I just pick any city from any, because they contain the same city across. So once I pick a distinct city, they will create a new city table for me. So this city table that I created will be the centralized one anytime management wants to see the information across every city. So the next thing to now do now is to relate all of this as we mentioned. So we are relating city to city. So it means you can see now in this relating as I bring it there, you see city to city, and then you will see it's showing one to many here. The reason why it's showing one to many is because I bought in city from this city table to go and join this. That's why I'm having one to many. Adding being I bought city from sign up table or a sign up table. So I want to change it here. Let me change it to anything here. So let me say I bring city from sign up table here to city table. It will be many to one because in this context now, the sign up table is the one that is coming first. So that is why you will have many to one and one to many in this cardinality here. So many to one and one to many is the same thing. It just depends on where it is coming from. So the cross filter direction means single and both. So what this cross filter direction means is that, okay, how do you want it to filter? So when it be single, it means this city information here, everything here should filter this. That's what it means. So anything coming from here cannot filter this. That's what it means. So it means anything from city table can only filter what is coming here. Anything coming from here cannot filter this. Why the reason can we use single? Because as you'll be relating this to all other tables too, you will not have redundancy, like replication of value. You will not have inaccurate value. So that's why it's always advised to be in single. So you put it in both, it means if you relate this table to another table, those filter, those information from that table will apply to everything that you might connect this table to. So once I click on OK, that relationship will be created. So I'll do the same, save. I'll do the same for dates for all of other cardinality too. So let me move this sign up dates because I've already marked this as my dates, centralized dates for all information. So I'll click on save. So I'll do the same for city for this order too. I'll do the same for all other reporting. So put the dates for other dates in this aspect. So you know that this date table, you just create a date table picking anything. So once we go to the reporting part, we'll be able to see why and how all of this works to give us cross-functional accurate reports. Step. With time, I will. So we are picking delivery dates in this aspect. Yeah, safe. And then complaint dates to dates, complaint date to dates. Complaint date to dates, and then city to city. And then city to, where do we have city here? Oh, we don't have city. Okay, we don't have city here. So that's complaint date. So if I come back here, the reporting. So all this one I use month here, you can see everything has changed because we now have we have introduced a new data, a new dates information. You can see everything is showing on a day basis because I have introduced a new data information. So if I put it somewhere here now, so for me, if I want to like use a month or I want to change all these complaint dates, I can just come here. Now come to the date table that I created. That okay, you know what, bring month from this date table, maybe month and year. When I put it here, we have month and year. And then when I come here,
fantastic. So Uba,
delivery date.
Yeah. So I think we have a couple of people that may have questions. So I will just be, so in case you have questions, I know a couple of people already reach out to us. So as you try to wrap up, I will just look through in case some people have questions and I would push them to you. All right.
All right. So once I put the dates in my slides and I can just put the month here that I use. And then when I select any month here, it will apply to all these visual here because they have something related. So let me come somewhere, maybe September 2023. There's no information for this count of order ID. Maybe January. We don't have more information for this. So the reason why this is not showing yet is because we have one information in the filter our bank. So count of order ID. Okay. One time here. Delivery. Oh, okay. We have delivery 4,000. Okay. And then maybe July. Why? We have this amount for July. No, the reason why this is because there's no information for this information for that year. So maybe for me to do, I can just update the table here so you can see all the information to specific thing. So maybe let me pull from 2023 date, just a manual date, 2022 1 to maybe 2023 1. So just like a year interval.
So Muba, can you hear me?
Yeah, so I'll be rounding up now.
I think your screen is even frozen. I think it's currently frozen. What we can see is where you have this mark as a date table.
Oh,
yeah, your table model. But that's fine. I don't know if you can. Let's try to see how we can wrap up so that we can take a couple of questions from people.
Okay. Can you see this now?
No, not yet.
Okay.
So basically,
my screen visible now?
Let's see.
My screen visible now?
Oh yes, it's visible now. It's visible now.
Okay. So for city, you can just bring in city. It will show the information for each city once you create your information. So within one city now, when you click on select a city, it will apply to all other information across those departments. So you can have those city information.
Fantastic. So as we click on each items, then cascade the result of each of those month and year.
Exactly. So I think the reason why not saying this is because you need to check sometimes because most of this information are in date time value. So that's why some things are showing blank. So you need to like revisit your data type when you are building your model. So once you check, the reason why some are returning blank are because they are in date time format. So once you visit your data model and look at those ones, because look at data type for them, the date is in date, like from the date table is in date data type, and the others were in date time. So once you check all those things and revisit them, just put it in the right date information. So
fantastic.
everything will go along as you pass by. So that's how you build a cross-functional report across different departments.
Fantastic.
That will be
all. Thank you so much, Muba. I think it's been a very, very deep session. I think what we'll just do, because I think we currently have our next speaker already on board. People, you can reach out to Muba Dauda on LinkedIn, get to his pages on LinkedIn. If you have questions, I think we can get to him to get questions answered from what he has shown. I know there's a lot in the book to learn. What we've seen is very interesting. This is a lot. Even for me, is a lot to pull in, and I think it's fantastic learning about BI and how we can use this cross-functionally. Thank you so much, Muba. It was a wonderful time with you. Please, people are asking to reach out to you on LinkedIn. I believe you'll be open for them to reach out.
Yeah, please, if you have any question, you
Yeah.
can, yeah.
All right. Fantastic. So everybody, you can see that. So you can reach out to Mubah on LinkedIn, ask your questions if you have any, and then we'll be glad to answer. And then you can take your data analytics journey to the next level. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mubah. It's such a wonderful session. Thank you for taking us through BI and its cross-functional abilities. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for
All
having me.
right. All right. I believe it's been a wonderful session, everybody. If you love the session and you enjoyed it, just drop an emoji in the chat. Give some thumbs up to our instructor, Mr. Mba, while we prepare for the next speaker. All right. I'm excited about the next one. I think it's going to be an interesting time. For the next 30 minutes, we're going to be having another interesting session. Just so the next half hour, just sit down, relax, and get to learn more things. So we just learned about Power BI, which is one aspect of the Power Platform ecosystem used in building reports, like you've seen Mubah shown us in terms of data, the ETL process, data cleaning, transformation, and then reporting with that data. Another aspect of the Power Platform is the Microsoft Power Apps. So the Power Apps speaks to people who are, design oriented, application development oriented, and I'm excited as to who is going to take us on this session. He's one of my very good friend. My brother is a very excellent trainer also, and it's going to be a wonderful session. Kayode is a Microsoft Power Platform and Dynamics 365 specialist and an expert. Is a Microsoft certified trainer and is skilled in building and optimizing business solutions, and is going to be taking us today on creating user-centric apps with Microsoft Power Apps, leveraging things like the user experience and accessibility in terms of best practices. Please join me as we welcome on board Kayode Ajayi. It's good to have you, brother.
Yes, hi everyone. Thank you, Ayotunde. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you again.
All right. Yeah, so brilliant. Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be here. My name is Kayode Ajayi, and I'm a Dynamics 365 and Power Platform specialist, and also a Microsoft certified trainer. So thank you for this opportunity to be here. There are so many great speakers, and it's always good to be here. The last time I was here, I talked about creating responsive layouts in Power Apps, and today I'm talking about creating user-centric app in Power Apps. So when we're talking about user-centric, it means that you are building with your users in mind. And we should remember that we're building apps for people, and we should care about how they feel and how they experience our apps. So you don't want to be the reason why someone has a bad day, right? So for example, there are times where you use applications and the app does something without telling you. That can be really frustrating. So last week I had a similar experience. It was very painful and frustrating because one day I just woke up in the morning, sat at my table, sipping my coffee just like I would normally do. And I opened Power App to continue an app that I was working on the day before. And I was surprised when I saw that, the Power Apps told me that I worked on the app 6 days ago. And I was like, oh, I spent so much time yesterday. I spent many hours yesterday working on this app. So what happened? Apparently, there's like a co-authoring feature in Power Apps that, once you override, so if you work in Canvas apps, you would have come across it where, sometimes you see that override button. What is not obvious is once you click on that override button, it turns off autosave. And I had that experience where, autosave turned off, but the app didn't let me know. I didn't know when it went off. I just kept on working as normal. And as much as I thought I save often, and anytime I'm delivering training sessions, I always say it, oh, keep on saving, keep on saving. But I fell under the same canopy, right? I didn't save my work, and autosave wasn't there to help me. And, that left me really frustrated. So we don't want our users to pull their hair out, right? So don't be the reason why somebody pulls all of their hair out. You want to build app that, people enjoy. You want to build app that makes people's jobs easier. You want to build apps that is accessible to everyone, that people can use in the way that is most convenient for them. And that's something I wouldn't say we think about a lot, right? A lot of times, especially in the early days of Power Apps, we think of, let's make it functional. We think of functional UIs, and you can see from this image, right? This is the classic way we've done Power Apps for a long time. And I'm happy that nowadays people are talking of beautiful UIs, right? So rather than just doing something functional, we want to also make it beautiful, and that's good. But one thing I want to encourage us is also to talk about accessible UIs, because while an interface might be beautiful, it's not necessarily accessible. So it becomes accessible when people are able to use it in the way that is most convenient for them. So that means that it's going to impact your design choices, right? And I'll show you now in that little design changes can actually evoke different emotions. It makes people feel differently. So if you look at this image where we're in February, the whole Valentine thing. So if you look at this image, yeah, it's nice, and we can see the text is nice, but I wouldn't say it's evoking a lot of emotion right now, right? Let me make a change. So now I've made the change, just a little change. I've only changed the font, right? But now is evoking much more emotion, right? It looks very, very, very romantic, very beautiful. I would love to get this, on on Valentine's Day. Now, if you see this one, for example, now this becomes scary, right? Now you are awake. If you were sleeping before, you're awake now because you're wondering, am I safe? Do I need to call the police? Right. So even though it's the same picture, the same text, but just changing the fonts is affecting our response, right? It's changing the way we feel about it. And that's the same thing with your applications, right? Your design choices impact your user experience. So it's important for you to actually think of accessibility from the start. So how do you want the system to respond when people are interacting with the system? So do you use things like pop-ups, right? Or do you even use sound? So for example, if you're on Windows and you're clicking something you're not supposed to click, you get that sound feedback. And sometimes even when you're not conscious of where you're clicking, something is wrong, right? So are we including that in our applications? That could be something useful to the users, but because we care so much about functionality, we tend to ignore some of those things. How about something like keyboard navigation, right? Sometimes you just want to use your keyboard, and it used to be a flex in those days in school where you tell somebody, oh, I can do everything on Windows without using my mouse, all the shortcuts and things like that. So could this be valuable to your users? The least you can do is make your tabbing work. When you're testing your applications, test your tabbing orders, right? And I'm going to show us how we can make tabbing work better, right? So test your tabbing orders. Do they move around when they click on tab? Does it work in a way that the user will expect it to work? So we should also think about these things. And some of these things, if we don't think of it from the start, it becomes difficult to include them later on. And we see it in Power Apps too, where we have some UI, some parts of the UI that is very beautiful, and some other parts that is very clunky and all of that. So we need to think of our design choices even from the start. So when we talk about accessibility, what we mean is it can be used by people of all abilities. We want our users to be empowered, and we want them to be able to use it in the way that is most convenient for them. Within Power Apps, we have something called the Power Apps Accessibility Guideline, which direct ways we can make our apps more accessible. So we have things like the layout and colors, right? You want to make your layout clear. You don't want to put too many things on a single screen, right? You want to make it clear. Use colors. Do you have good color contrast? Because different people have different visual abilities, so you want to be able to cater to them. Even things like your font, right? Some people, there's some fonts that is easier for them to read. So do you want to start adding these choices to your applications? Keyboard navigation, I've talked about. We also have screen reader, right? Some people, they need to use screen readers to be able to go through a page. Have you tested your app with screen readers, right? How about control types? So we have different controls that can do that are useful for different things. So for example, when you're creating an app for a screen reader, if you want a user to interact with it, you don't use an image, you don't use an icon. And we've been doing these things, but we don't know the impact, because sometimes you want to make your button a little bit fancy, and instead of using a button, you use an image. That's not accessible, right? Because the user using a screen reader will not be able to use that button. So we need to think of these things. And we also have the accessibility checker that kind of points us out to some things we can use to make our apps more accessible, but it doesn't even highlight everything. So it's important for you to even go through the accessibility guideline. And today I'll be showing us some demos. So some of those accessibility properties we've seen and we don't really understand, we'll get to understand it better. So I'm going into the demo now. So just going to switch my tabs, and I'm coming here. So I have an application and I have it on my phone. I'm going to demo it from my phone too. But let's just go through the behind the scenes and see what we have. So first of all, let me start from here. So I have two versions. One of them is it's just I've not done any accessibility changes to it. And the other one, I have done some efforts to make it more accessible. So now this one over here, let me just play it, and let's first of all test the keyboard navigation. So I've done this UI. Yes, it's a beautiful UI, but is it accessible, right? So now I've used modern controls here, and one thing I've noticed about the modern controls is they kind of have accessibility to a good extent out of the box. So with the classic controls, we needed to put so much effort into making stuff more accessible. We had so many options, but I've noticed that the modern controls already, they don't even give you those options. So sometimes you don't even see. So for example, the a classic text label has a property called live. The new one doesn't even have it. Well, maybe it's coming, which because I think is a useful feature, but I think the modern controls kind of does some things for you out of the box. So we will see that in play now, because if I want to test the tabbing order, so I'm just going to press tab on my keyboard to navigate. So if I start here, okay, so that takes me to the name. I can type my name. Good. If I come in here, I can type my phone number. Good. I can go on, and I tab into the button. Right now, if you notice something that happened with the button, as I tabbed into the button over here, I've actually, there's this thing called the focus border. To be honest, previously I always turn it off, because to me, I feel like it doesn't make my application look good. But that makes it accessible, because if somebody is using the tab control alone, it wants to be able to know where he's at. So right now, if you notice, the modern controls kind of highlights, there's this line that animates under, which is quite good, right? But you can also add things like your focus border to make it more obvious to somebody using the keyboard navigation. So now that I navigate to my submit button, if I click on enter, it brings up my pop-up. Yes, we do this all the time, right? We use pop-ups, but how do I get to cancel this pop-up? Now, if I click tab on my keyboard, nothing happens, because in this case, I've used an icon for the pop-up, which is something we do, and we don't really know that, it makes it not accessible. So now the only way I can close this pop-up is to use my mouse, right, which is not accessible. So let's go into the accessible one, and let's see how the difference is with keyboard navigation. So I'm going to click on play, and so I go click on tab. So let me start tabbing. So now it takes me here, takes me here, takes me here, takes me here. Once I tab here, now in this version, I think I made the focus border around the button much more obvious, even though when we think of contrast, I wouldn't say it's well contrasted. So it's more obvious because it's thicker, but maybe it's not well contrasted. So if I type, if I click on enter, now do you see what's happening? In this case, I've used a button, and I've also done something extra. What done was called is I've used set focus. So when you're creating pop-ups, you should use set focus to actually focus. So you can see here, I've set focus on that button. So that makes it interactive. So I can tab on it, click on this. Now I already have the button focused on, and you can see I have a focused border around the button. So if I click on enter, I allow my users to be able to, cancel the pop-up. So that little change can actually save somebody from being frustrated. Because imagine if all I had to use was my keyboard. Once I get to that screen, I'll become frustrated and I'll pull all of my hair out. So we want to avoid that as much as possible. So this is it. So that's keyboard navigation. If I test the mobile, so for somebody using a screen reader, a lot of us, we see some of those accessible things, but we don't have that experience with using screen readers. So today I have my phone with me and I'm sharing my phone on the screen, and we would try to see how somebody using a screen reader will interact with our application. So this is the Power Apps mobile app. Can someone confirm if they can hear, if they can hear my phone speaking?
Order fulfillment tracker app. Author. Kayode Ajayi. Environment. Hub. Default. 406. Button.
So if the coordinators can just confirm that. Okay, yes, we can. Beautiful. All right. So somebody using a screen reader, they have different gestures to use their application. So they can swipe right to, they can scroll around to select things. They can swipe right. So say I want to select this. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to double click on this to open up the app. Oh, okay, let me go back and select the non-accessible one first. Okay. So you see people that use screen reader, they rely more on their ears than their eyes, right? So that's why the app is going to be talking to them as they're moving around. So here I'm going to move to just like the way we click on tab. So to do that with a screen reader, you swipe right. So now I'm going to swipe right.
Please submit a feedback form. No accessibility.
So if you notice, the first things it tells me is no accessibility. When you are using a screen reader, the name of your screen is going to be announced. So in this case, the name I have for this screen is no accessibility, which doesn't make sense to the user. Or in some cases, we will use SCR, maybe SCR homepage. Now that is not accessible because once they come here, what they are going to hear is SCR homepage, which doesn't really tell them what screen they are on, and they are relying just on that audio, right? So let me continue. So if I go here,
please submit a feedback.
So okay, it says please submit a feedback. Good. If I come here, so it says your name, text field, double tap to edit. That's beautiful. So now, even though I have not done any I've not put accessible labels and things like that. So, but because I've used modern controls, it's kind of smart enough to identify, based on the placeholder, is able to still help the person using the screen reader, which is really helpful. So now it tells us, okay, double tap to edit your feedback. Good. Now I've come to the submit button just like before. If I want to double tap, right? If I want to click on it, I can double tap to activate it, just like pressing enter on your keyboard. So I'm going to double tap. And now it brings up this pop-up. So just like before, how do I get to this icon? If I try to, so now I'm swiping right, but nothing is happening, right? Because I've not made this accessible. So when you want to make an app accessible, just like before with the tabbing, you should use buttons instead of icons, which is still the same issue we are having here. So I have no way of actually canceling out. Meanwhile, another thing is, even though the pop-up has come up, the user doesn't know that there's a pop-up on the screen right now because the app didn't announce it to the user. Remember I said that, they are working based on what they can hear. So this app is not accessible, even though it looks beautiful. So now I'm going to go into the other version. So let me go back.
Exit feedback form.
I had to really spend a lot of time to learn how to use apps this way. Okay, so now this is the accessible one, right? So once I swipe right, okay, so let me do that again. So now it tells me feedback form page. So that tells the user that, oh, you are on the feedback form page. So that little change can really go a long way in helping the user's experience. Now, in this case, I've also made the image, active, and I'll show you how you can decide what element becomes active when you're using tab or when you're using a screen reader. So in this case, I've done that for the image, and I've added an accessible label.
Feedback logo.
So
Image.
now it tells me feedback logo image because that's the accessible label I've put in. So I'm going to continue swiping. So it tells, okay, so feedback form,
Feedback form.
and it
Please submit a feedback.
tells me please
This will be
submit a
please enter
feedback,
your
your
name, phone
name,
number, text
this.
mail, text field, your feedback, multi-line text
So
field.
it does all of that. So now once I go into submit, I double tap.
Success dialog open.
And now because I've done what I said earlier, right? I've set the focus and I've used the button this time. Now I can see this button. So if I double tap, that's going to cancel that, right?
Number, text
So
mail,
another
feedback,
thing
submit
is,
button.
previously I mentioned that, it didn't tell the user that there's a dialog open. But now if I double tap,
Open.
okay, so let me
Please
do
enter
that
your
again.
name, text field, phone number, mail out, your feedback, submit button.
So if I double tap,
Success dialog open.
if you hear that, you hear success dialog open, right? And that tells the user, what is happening. Now, if I continue swiping,
Dialog successfully submitted.
so I've also added a hidden text that says successfully submitted. So when you're designing for accessibility, there are some things that you can tell because the person using screen reader relies on their audio. So there are some things you can tell them, but you are not even showing to somebody using their eyes to access the application. So I have a hidden text label there that tells us, success dialog open, so that it makes this accessible for somebody using a screen reader. So let's go back to the accessible one and talk about some of these features, these extra features that I have added. So for example, I talked about making this image active. So to make it active, the property you need to deal with is what's called a tab index. So the tab index property, if it is set to -1, that means don't be active, don't be involved in the in the tabbing order. So for example, now if I start tabbing, it's not going to pick up this image. But if I take this image and I change it to 0, so what's going to happen now is it becomes a part of the, so you can see just out of the box there, you can see it's kind of included it in the tabbing order. So in some cases, if you want to, in this case, I added an accessible label, so it just tells the person on the screen reader what image is on the screen. And in some cases, you don't want it, just like in this case, this is actually an image, but if you check the tab index, I've left it at -1. So that's why we don't actually tab. So that's why the tabbing doesn't actually select those images. Now, talking about the pop-ups, so I already showed you the set focus earlier. So I'm going to show you the hidden label. So interestingly, this property is available only in the classic text label, and there's this property called live, right? So this live property, what it does is anytime the text changes, it interrupts whatever the screen reader is saying and it announces it. So that is how I was able to announce success dialog open, right? So if you look at this variable here, you see success dialog open. So on click of the button, I actually set that variable to success dialog open. So in order to trigger it, what I did is I first set the variable to blank, then I set it to success dialog open. So that triggered a change, and that will make the screen reader announce that to the users. So I'm talking about the button also. For the button, so what I've done is, even though I have an icon, I've put a button on top of the icon, and so with that, I've put the button on the icon, and that's what makes it reachable. And I've set the focus border, just like I said before, the focus border. So I've given it a color, and I've also set the thickness, right? So, and talking about this classic label again, you see, even though it is not showing to the user, it was still announced. How you do that is, now you need to make it visible. What you would have thought of is, oh, maybe just turn visible to false. But if visible is false, then it's not going to announce it. So what you do in that case is you set the width to 0 and you set the height to 0. So technically it is still visible, but because the width and the height is 0, people just looking at it would not be able to see it. But that is still useful to, somebody using the screen reader. So so that's the demo. I hope it's giving us more experience on how these things are in in real life, more or less, because we've been seeing all of these labels and we probably don't know what they mean. Talking about that, so we still on this accessible text label, we also have the role. So this role is useful, especially when you're writing a body of text, because what this role does is it allows the screen reader to know which one is the heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4, and that's kind of helps the screen reader understand what the content is better. So still on this topic of accessibility, we have the web content accessibility guidelines, right, which tells us, okay, let's make our apps perceivable, let's make it operable, let's make it understandable, and let's make it robust. So just in conclusion, let us save Dan's hair, right? Let's avoid Dan from pulling all of his hair out because we've built apps that are not accessible. So let's make apps that make users more efficient, because they can do their work and they can focus on their work rather than focus on trying to make the app work for them. So these are some links. So right here you can just use your phone to take this. So this is LinkedIn, so follow me on LinkedIn. So this is the WCAG guidelines, and this is the Power Apps accessibility guidelines. Now looking at it, this screen is not even accessible, because ideally I would want to type out the link also, so that people who cannot use their phones to scan this can actually still see it. So we learn every day, and that's where I'm going to end this session. So thank you so much for having me here. It's really been a pleasure.
Thank you, Kayode. What a session. What a session. Those are great insights that you dropped. Learning accessible screens and all of that in building Power Apps. Such a wonderful sessions that we just went through. Let me check if there are any questions. Okay, so I think for now there are no questions. So definitely, if there are questions, people, please, you can always reach out to Kayode or reach out to the community for any question at all, and we'll be glad to pick up your question definitely and answer them as needed. All right. Same with all of our speakers, starting from Arnold to Rachel to Muba up to Kayode. Any questions, send it to us in the community, or you can reach out to them on LinkedIn, and they will all be glad to answer your questions. Thank you so much, Kayode, for your time once again. We appreciate you. And then do have a lovely day. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. What a session. Please, if you had fun in this session, please just give thumbs up to Kayode. Give thumbs up to Kayode, everyone. All right. I believe we're having a good time. If you're having a good time, just drop it in the comment section. I'm having a good time. I'm learning big. I'm having a good time. I'm learning big. Just drop it in the comment section. I'm having a good time. I'm learning big. I'm learning. All right. While we're doing that, let's move on. Our next speaker is already here, and I'm excited about this next one also. In this next session, we'll be looking at mastering responsive design in Power Apps. So we just looked at how you can create user-centric designs. That's why Kayode was talking about making your designs accessible, right, in terms of your nomenclatures and all of that. We'll take it further this time around and look at how you can build responsive designs. And I know a couple of us build landscape-based designs, and you want to make it mobile responsive and all of that. This session is going to take us through all of that, and to take us in this journey is somebody I also honor, respect, Tolu Victor. Tolu Victor is a Microsoft Power Platform expert, also a Microsoft MVP. And Tolu has been contributing to the community for a long time with over half a decade experience in developing, business applications, merging, user interface, user experience with application development. And Tolu have a couple of YouTube videos where you can learn things, a couple of engagement also. With over 20,000, subscribers and about here 800,000 views. So you can imagine a lot of content has gone out there. All right. So you are privileged to have Tolu one-on-one here with us today, and it's going to be a wonderful time. So everybody, please, with your virtual handshake and virtual welcome, please do welcome with me Tolu Victor. Hi Tolu, how you doing, sir?
Thank you for the introduction. I hope you can hear me
loud and clear.
That's great. So as I said, thanks so much for the introduction, and it's great to be speaking at the Global Power Platform Bootcamp once again, and hopefully we can have a really cool session together. And as AY has rightly said, my topic is, or the title of my session is going to be Mastering Responsive Design in Power Apps. And for those of you that know me, great. For those of you that don't know me, well, also great, because it means that I can share my knowledge with a wider audience of people. All right, so who am I? My name is Tolu Victor Sonwolu, and I'm a senior Power Platform developer and architect. I operate primarily as a independent contractor or consultant for companies looking to leverage the power of Power Platform and Copilot and AI in general, and basically work remotely for them. I also share like Power Platform on Power Apps UI and UX design tips on LinkedIn and YouTube. So I'm basically like a part-time YouTuber. I create videos on YouTube, and I'm also an MVP for what's it called now? For the Microsoft Power Platform. I will share my screen shortly, and we'll go through the what's it called now session. So this is my first live session actually, and you might think that since I already create YouTube videos and stuff, I should be used to it, but it's sort of different because everything you're doing is going out live and direct. Because for instance, now I thought I was sharing my screen before, but apparently I'm not sharing my screen, I'm just sharing it now. So these are the kind of things that I hope will not happen so much more. But let's just see how it goes, and I hope the session is going to be great. And yeah, so let's go through it. The agenda for today is, first of all, we'll talk on why responsive design. And once we learn what is responsive design and why we should even use it, we will then go through the components of responsive design as it pertains to Power Apps. So there's some major components when it comes to Power Apps that once we can learn how to configure this, it doesn't matter the kind of app you're building, we'll be able to make our apps responsive. And finally, we'll learn how to configure all of these components so we can implement responsive design in Power Apps. And if we have enough time, we'll just go through some Q&A. All right. Okay, so let's go right into it. So first of all, why responsive design? So responsive design matters for three major things. And the first one is for the UI, because responsive design ensures cross-device usability. That means you can use your app on a desktop, on a laptop, well, that's the same thing, desktop, mobile, tablet. And I'm wondering, you're possibly wondering why you say micro, but the thing is, as long as there is a screen here and you can configure responsive design to fit that particular screen layout, you are in the green zone. You're basically chilling, right? Because as long as basically there's a screen and you can configure the responsive design principles to work in your favor, there is no issue with that, right? So that's the first use of responsive design. The second one is that it improves user experience. So when users are using apps on a desktop, there is a lot of vertical or horizontal real estates, so you can allow your apps to be more complex, right? Since they have a mouse, they have a keyboard, and they can do things than do more functionality on that kind of view. But if it's like a mobile, it's just your fingers you're using to swipe and tap on the screen. So the experience is rather different. Let's take an example. If you have a table with 6 columns on the what's it called now, on the screen, if it's a desktop, right, they have a wide kind of view and they can see all of the individual columns. But then if we are using it on a phone, right, it's just going to look kind of weird, because then the users will have to zoom in, zoom out, try to scroll left, scroll right, and that will just make the whole experience not just worth it. And if you actually do proper responsive design, you know that when you are creating layouts for a mobile, you should not have like more than 2 or 3 columns for a table. So maximum of 1 or 2 basically. And yeah, that's a major advantage. The last one is layout, and it also boils down to the first 2, because as long as you can set up your responsive design properly, right, no matter the layout you're using, the app should be it should prevent broken layout on those specific screen sizes and on those specific devices. So if you're unlucky enough that your client is asking you to create an app for a microwave, as long as you can learn of these design principles, right, you will be able to make the app properly responsive for those device screen sizes. All right, so yeah, that is why you should use responsive design, and that is what is responsive design. So let's go to the next thing. Is now we'll be talking on the major the major components of responsive design as it pertains to Power Apps. So when it comes to Power Apps and responsive design in general, there are 3 major components that we need to take note of. The first one is the device screen size and aspect ratio. So as the name implies, this is basically the size of your screen at any point in time. And one thing, it includes the device orientation. So here we have a tablet. It's the same size, but the fact that one is horizontal and the other one is vertical, the way somebody is going to use an horizontal tab is different from the way someone's going to use a vertical tab, simply because the horizontal real estate is different for the 2 devices. And this is very important when you're building responsive design, knowing how to leverage all of this to create the best layout to ensure you have proper user experience for for your users. The next one is the Canvas app code. So this one is basically all of the controls, all of the Power Effects formulas that you've added into your app. As I said, it's the code that makes your app run. So when you're creating responsive design, you're going to be having like different layouts for different screens. So the controls will be having different properties for different screens, or sorry, for different layouts. So for example, for some layouts, you might want a set of controls to show. For another layout, you want another set of controls to show, or you want it to be arranged in a separate way. So these are the configurations on the controls that we're going to be doing, and we're going to mix it up with like Power Effects code. And this is the second component of responsive design. That's the Canvas app code. The last one is the Power Apps engine. So what this engine does is to take information from the first component, which is the device screen size, the second component, which is the Canvas app code, and then it gets all of the settings that you've added on the Power Apps engine, right? And then combines all of this information to then decide what is going to be displayed on the screen that the user is using. So whether it's a mobile or it's a desktop, it gets all of this information, compiles it together, and pushes out the UI they're going to see on your screen. So now, why are all these 3 components important? The thing is, once you can learn how to configure each of them, basically the sky's the limit. You can create any kind of design or any kind of responsive design you want, right? So what we are going to be doing in this video now, this is a live session. I have to keep reminding myself this is a live session, not a video. All right. So what we're going to be doing in this live session is we're going to learn how to how to configure each of these components. So let's start with the easiest one, which is the Power Apps engine. That's the easiest one to set up. So implementing responsive design in Power Apps. So as I said, this is the easiest one. What you're basically doing when you're configuring Power Apps engine is you're basically telling Power Apps that, yo, this app I'm building, I want it to be responsive. So make sure you expand it or contract it to fit the screen, basically. So you're just telling Power Apps that this app I want to build is responsive. So don't limit the size in any way. Just make it fill the available real estate. And what's the first thing you need to do? You need to, before you even enter Power App Studio, you need to make sure that you've selected tablets in the initial setup, right? So on the right hand side, you see an image. You're selecting tablet, and what this means is, or what is happening basically is, for the phone apps, it doesn't have some of these responsive properties that you configure on the Power Apps engine, but the tablet app has them. So once you select tablet, you'll be able to make your app responsive to fit either a phone or a desktop or whatever. So first things first, select tablets before you enter Power Apps Studio. Then the next thing is to turn off scale to fit and lock orientation in the app's display settings. This is, as I said, this is telling Power Apps that don't lock the scale of my app or the orientation of my app to what we have in the studio. Make it fit the device that the current user is using. All right, and if you don't know where this is, I'll show you briefly. I hope you can still see my screen. I hope so. If it is, if it isn't, well. All right, I think it's there. All right, so once you're in Power Apps Studio, go to the settings here and go to the display tab. And here you can see all of the settings as it pertains to display. The first one, we are going to turn off scale to fit and turn off lock orientation. And then the next thing is the, what's it called? Show mobile notification area in the text. So we also need to configure this, and it's in the same spot I just showed you. It's just the last one. What this setting does is it either leaves space for the mobile's notification or moves it. So if it is on, now it will leave space for the phone, what's it called now, time, a Wi-Fi icon, batteries, and all of those, battery percentage and all of those. But then if it is off, it tells the app, does fill the entire screen and don't leave space for anything at the top, right? But one thing you need to know is that if your app doesn't have enough padding, part of your app will be cut off, because most phones, we have front cameras and the notches are quite big. So I think this is an iPhone. I don't know which one they are now, but this is an iPhone and the notch is quite big. So part of your app might be cut off. So just make sure that if you are turning it off, make sure you have enough padding at the top of your app. Or if it is on, you have free reign over that. So yeah, that is that as regards configuring the Power Apps engine. Really straightforward, really easy. Okay, so let's go to the next, what's it called now? The next component, which is the device screen size and aspect ratio. So what you're basically doing in this one is configuring the app's breakpoint. And if you've done any form of web development, you would have heard this term. But for the benefit of those who haven't, what breakpoints are is breakpoints are the specific screen widths where an app or a website adjusts its layout to provide the best user experience for your app users. Now, if that made sense to you, that is great. But if that did not make sense, let's see an example. So this is a site I mostly use when I'm building apps or creating videos or whatever. And we're going to use this site to explain breakpoint. And I want you to take note of this screen width at the top of the screen. So that's the current screen width. And currently it's on 1440. So this is like a wide desktop. And I will start reducing the screen size. Once we get to about 1096, yeah, you can see how the layout changes, right? At 1097, you have like the top menu and all of this. But by the time you get to 1096, below 1096, so we've passed the 1096 breakpoint, you can see the app or the website has adapted its layout for this new screen size. The top menu has become a pop-up menu. The tiles at the bottom, they are now 4 instead of the 8 that they were before. So the layout has been adjusted to fit this particular screen size. And if we go even further, when we get to around 768, you can see another set of changes. Just notice the button here. The button has changed to just an icon. And if you go even further, at around 640, another set of layout changes occur. And at the last one, I think is 480 or something. All right, yeah. So at 480, another set of layout changes. So what this means is that this site has 4 breakpoints, one at 480, the next at 640, the third one at 768, and the last one at 1096. So there are 4 breakpoints. That means we can have a maximum of 5 layouts with those 4 breakpoints. So the first layout is if the screen size is less than 480. The second layout is if the screen size is greater than 480 but less than 640. The third layout is if the screen size is, you get the point. That's it. I don't want to keep on saying that. Well, 4 breakpoints, 5 layouts. So yeah, that is breakpoint. Let's go back to our slide now. So what we are going to be doing in the Canvas app basically is going to be referencing each of these breakpoints to tell the Canvas app basically what to display. So as I said, if it is less than 600 but greater than, so that doesn't make sense. If it is greater than 600 but less than 900, right, you want it to show this. If it's greater than 900 but less than 12, you want it to show this. So that is basically all you're doing for responsive design. But now the thing is, if you're trying to do all of that if statements for each of them, for each of the different breakpoints, it will make your app more complex in the sense that there are so many conditions. And what Microsoft did was very smart. They gave us a size property. So this size property is an auto-calculated value based on the current screen size and the screen width rather, and the breakpoints that you've set on your app. For the app breakpoints, let me just quickly show where to get them. So in your Power App Studio, I hope you can see my screen. You select app on this side here, and then go to the properties and go to size breakpoints. So there you can see all of the breakpoints that are in the app. Okay, so as I said, the size is based on those breakpoints and the current width of the app. To access the size, all you need to do is to just do the home screen name, the screen name dot size. So here I'm doing home screen dot size, and that's because the name of my screen is home screen, and that's the size. So how is that value calculated? The lowest value of a size, the lowest value of a size is going to be 1, and as it passes each breakpoint, it's going to add an additional 1. So now it's between 600 and 900. It is now 2. Now it's between 900 and 12 is now 3. Now it's it is greater than 12, so the size is now 4. So that means if you say a screen has a size of 3, that means it is between the second and the third breakpoint. So just keep that in mind, because that is going to be the basis of all of your development. So the next thing now is the screen size variable. So as I said, the size is those 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever values. But the thing is, what Microsoft did basically was they wanted to make our code, more readable. So instead of saying stuff like home screen dot size equals to 3, you can say home screen dot size equals to screen size dot large. So screen size dot whatever are a set of values that equate to numbers. So it has four options: screen size dot small, screen size dot medium, screen size dot large, screen size dot extra large, and all of those equates to just numerical values. So instead of saying home screen dot size equals to 3, you can say home screen dot size equals to screen size dot large. It's basically the same thing. It just makes it that so if somebody else picks up your code, they can know that, okay, for this particular screen size, it is large or it is extra large. It's the same thing as just saying 3 or 4, right? So there is no difference. Now, let's move on. One thing to also know is that Power Apps has made those breakpoints fully customizable. What that means is that you can add your own values. You can remove your values. You can remove some values. So I've changed this one to hit 800. So this is getting it directly from the app. So yeah, I've changed it to 800. You can make any sort of changes you want. You can even delete some breakpoints. You can add extra breakpoints, right? But one thing to note is that screen size variable I just mentioned now, even if you add like 5, if you had like let's say 4,000 of something, and I don't know if you're using a 6K screen, 6K. So the screen size variable still does not go more than those 4 values that are available in the app. So those 4 values are always there. So one thing to notice is that if you're going to be changing your app's breakpoints, you should just use the numbers directly and just forget about the screen size values, because that would not change. So let me just remove this now. All right, and if you're using another one, what I would suggest is just use breakpoints from popular frameworks. A popular one is Bootstrap, so they use Bootstrap for a lot of web development, and this is their own what's it called now? This is their own breakpoints system: 576, 768, 992, 1200, and 1400. So either you stick with the default ones or use the ones from popular framework. So that's my advice. All right, so now we've learned how to configure the engine to tell our app that, yo, this app I want to build is going to be responsive. Now we've learned how to configure our app's breakpoints. So that allows us to set the maximum amount of layouts we can have for our responsive design. Now is the last part, which I think is maybe like the most important part, which is the Canvas app code. We need to make our Canvas app code responsive, in the sense that we need to leverage data from those first 2 components, right? And basically leverage it to tell Power Apps that, okay, if these are the particular conditions, show this. If these are the particular conditions, show this, all of that. So that's what we're going to learn now. So to make your Canvas app code responsive, you just need to follow 2 simple rules. The first one is that every control's size should be relative to the screen or to a parent container. Now, what does that mean? You remember I said in the Power Apps engine, we are configuring it to not limit the screen size to anything. So the screen size should not have lock orientation, it should not have scale to fit. So you're telling this Power Apps that for this particular app, stretch the screen or contract the screen to fit whatever device is being used. And now if you can make your controls relative to that screen or relative to a container that is relative to that screen, right? The Power Apps engine is basically going to control the size of everything. So that is the basis of that first rule. Let's take an example. On this page, I have 2 labels. The first one, I've set its width in reference to the screen. So the width is parent or width. So that means it's getting its width directly from the screen. The second one, I've set its width to a static width of 1366, whatever. Yeah. So let's open it up. So this is the full desktop view. You can see the first one stretches to fill the screen, but the second one, the width is static. It does not change at all. Let's change it to the iPad view. This is the tablet view. We can see this first one has now contracted to fit the available real estate, but the second one is still wide, right? And then if we go to the mobile view, now the first one has now contracted to now be 400, but the second one is even part of it is even cut off now. So, and it doesn't contract, right? So that is the basis of that first rule. You want to make sure that your controls are in reference to the screen and make sure that the Power Apps engine is controlling that screen. All right. So I mentioned containers. So you can't obviously you can't make, if you're making a layout like this, obviously you cannot make all of these controls in reference to the screen. What you will then do is to have containers. Containers, the basic function of containers is to group controls, including other containers. So the container is also a control, and it can group other controls basically. So if you have all of your different app sections inside of containers, and then you make all of those containers in reference to the screen, then the Power Apps engine is going to control the screen size. The screen size is going to control the containers, and then the containers are going to control the size of all your controls. And that's the basis of responsive design. So it's going to adapt to the available real estate and make it fit whatever scenario you've set up. Let's have a look at this one. So I have a home screen, and in the home screen we have two let's take this one for example. So inside of the screen container, I've set its width to parent or width. I've set this one to parent or height. So it is taking its size from the screen. And then it has two containers inside, which is the menu container and the page content container. And then inside of the menu container, we have my left menu. And for the page content container, we have another set of containers. And basically, if you go down that part, you then now begin to see the different controls for all of the different visuals on the screen. So in essence, the screen is going to control the size of the screen container. The screen container is going to control the size of its child containers. The child containers are going to control the size of all its child containers until it gets to the individual controls. And that is basically how that first rule works. And that's the basis of responsive design. All right. So that's the first rule. Let's go back to our slide. The second rule is we should use the screen sizes and breakpoints to adjust control visibility and properties. And what this means is, responsive design is not just about hiding or showing controls, right? We also want to create an optimal experience for our users. And in some cases, that I mean changing some of the properties. Let's have a look at that free pick again. I think it's best to explain using that one. When we were in the large screen, what you can see, there were a lot of padding on the left and right. But then as we got to the smaller screens, you can see now the paddings are now smaller. So to maximize the amount of real estate we have. So it's stuff like that we're going to be doing. We're going to be changing padding. We're going to be changing visibility, changing stuff like font size and all of those. So it is not just making them fit the size of whatever parent they have, but also modifying their properties and their visibility to fit the layout you have in mind. So as I said, you can do things like visibility, like font size, like padding. Let's take a look at as an example. On this page, I have a container, and inside of that container, I have a set of labels. If, for instance, I want this America text label to only be visible for desktop screens, what will I do? I'm going to select all of them first of all, and then in the visibility property, then I'm going to leverage the screen size variables, which is leveraging the breakpoints, and query that. So I'm going to say screen, what's name was screen 2.size equals to 4. So what this is doing is that those labels will only be visible if the screen size is equal to 4, meaning if it is greater than the third breakpoint. And in this case, that means if it's on a wide desktop screen. And if we test that out, you can see on a mobile, we don't see that view, right? On the tablet, we don't see that. But when we get to the desktop view, this is the window desktop view, we can now see them. So it's stuff like that you're going to be doing for your app. You're going to be hiding or showing controls if a set of breakpoints are set, or if width is a particular value. So let's take another example for the Brazil text boxes. Let me first select that. I only want those ones to be visible if it is a tablet view. I can do something like screen 2 dot size, or sorry, screen 2, dot size is equal to 3, or it is equal to 4, or equal to 2. So 2 or 3. So what this means is that this would only be visible if the screen size is equal to 2, or if the screen size is equal to 3. And if we test that out, on the desktop view, we cannot see it. On the mobile view, we cannot see it. But then when we get to the tablet view, we can now see Brazil. So that is the basis of responsive design. And that's basically it. And as I said, it's not just visibility you're going to be changing. You can change padding. You can change font size. You can change text. You can even change the text to show something different. For this one, what's that design now? So for this one, on the desktop view, I was showing all of the columns, but then for the mobile view, I hid some other columns, so some columns are not showing. Take, for instance, this location. So if I only set it to be visible if the screen size is greater than 2, meaning if the screen size is 3, or if the screen size is 4. So meaning if the app is currently being used on the desktop, they will be able to see that control. But then if it is on a mobile view, they won't be able to see that control. And so you can see now it's only showing a few columns. And this does boils down to you knowing the kind of visual you're trying to go for, and you implementing it on your Power App. So that's basically that. And I have a video series on this particular topic. If you want to see how I implemented all of this I just explained to that particular design I just showed. So I showed how to do step by step for this design. I implemented all I just explained now to make this design responsive. And if you want to see how I built it from scratch and how I implemented those responsive design principles, you can check out the videos on YouTube. So yeah, that's basically that for this session, to be honest. And yeah, so as I said, you can check out my YouTube and you can also connect with me on LinkedIn. So that's it. Thank you for listening to my yapping, and if you have any questions, I can take them now.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Tolu. What a session. While you were going through that session, I had to go and check some things out again. I know you've done a series on this. Yeah. Fantastic session. Building responsive app. I think that was one of the issues we had, in the early days of our platform, being able to build responsive applications, right? I think, but now those are things of the past now. Right. Let me see.
It's a lot easier nowadays, especially with like containers and stuff. So that makes layout and app design in general just a whole lot easier. I can't imagine having to do all of the screen sizes in reference screen. That would just make it a whole lot more complex. Or with containers, you can do all of that easily, and then the containers control of all of the child items, and then you can make it fit whatever you want.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, thank you so much. I think there's no question. I think it was a well explained session. People just go to YouTube, check for Tolu, Victor Sanwo-Olu. You would see, I think he has 3 series done on this already, 3-part series done on this. I remember I've seen those series already, and then you'll be able to learn this more extensively. All right, and if you have any question, please shoot Tolu a message, or you can shoot us at Power Platform Community a message, and we'll be glad to pick up your questions and answer for that. I believe if you go through the videos, definitely you would have no questions really already, because they're well explained. All right, so thank you so much, Tolu, for coming on board. I know you are live sessions and the recordings are 2 different
No, they are 2 different things, bro. I had to keep reminding myself that I'm live. I think I said video at some point in the
Thank you so much for coming. We really enjoyed the session. I think if you love Tolu's session, please just drop some thumbs up. So thank you, Tolu, in the comment section.
All right.
Thank you so much, sir, for coming on board. Have a wonderful time. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Beautiful. I think it's been a wonderful session. I'm learning a lot. If you're learning so much in these sessions, let me see your thumbs up in the chat. Let me see your emojis. I can see some emojis already flying. If you're learning a lot, fantastic. Without further ado, we have I think we have about 2 more sessions for us today. Fantastic session. So you will see that we're taking us on a trajectory, a journey. We started from, introducing us to the entrepreneurship part, the business part, the structure and the importance of Power Platform, becoming a Power Platform expert, looking at Power Apps in terms of Power App designs, accessibility, responsiveness, data itself, how it relates to Power Platform. We're taking this a bit forward, and we're going to, this next session is very interesting because taking us in this session is one of the in basketball, we call it, you hear the word OGs. So this is one of the OGs of Microsoft Power Platform in Nigeria and globally. And we're excited to have him around with us today. And it's going to be a fantastic session. It's going to be taking us on community as a service with the Copilot Studio. So we're looking at the Copilot now, the AI series itself. And I'm excited to have on board with us David Habu. Quickly, David Habu is a senior product marketing manager currently at Microsoft. And David is a community leader in all phases. He's a cloud advocate at Microsoft. He's a cloud advocate everywhere. Everywhere. David has helped thousands and thousands of people, build their career in technology. Even people like us that you see today were a product of David. And we're excited to have him here today. I'm excited. Hi, David. It's good to have you here again.
Hi. It's nice. It's nice to be back. It's nice to be back. Mm-hmm. I don't know why my background is showing the other way around, but I don't know. But
it looks fine. It looks fine from here.
Oh, it looks fine. Okay, great. Okay, great. Yeah, so yeah, it's nice to be back, and it's also nice to even be on the call with you. I think it's been a long time that we've even talked, but
Yes,
yeah, it's nice to be on the call with you.
Please go ahead, sir. It's good to have you around. The floor is yours. We are here. Pen and
Okay,
paper.
okay. So, hi everyone. So sorry if you see my face is somehow. Don't be angry. It's like 4 a.m. here right now, so so sorry for that. Okay, let me see. Let me share my screen. So share screen. Okay. Good. Yeah. So one of the things that I've been able to successfully do in my course of my career is to work with communities. And it has been one, it has been a privilege, and two, it has also been an eye opener to see the things that you can do when you lead communities, because you see so many people who didn't understand some things, and because of the communities that you have been able to create or work with others to create, you've been able to improve on the things that you're doing. So before I even continue, shout out to every Power Platform leaders, Rachel, Ibrahim, Tina, Ayo, Foying, everybody that has been working at the back, Kola, Wole, Kingsley, working at the back to make sure that this event is a success. So thank you very much for doing that. So let's continue with what we mean by community as a service with Copilot Studio. Now, for people who were in Africa, sometimes we get information a little bit late, but with the advent of technology, we've even been at par with so many of these conversations, but it's still not at the pace that we really want it to be. So while we have the knowledge, the conversation should now be around why we should improve on the knowledge that we have. And events like this helps us to get to that momentum, to get to that space, because it is not about saying, oh, I know what Microsoft is doing, I know what other companies are doing, but it's about how do I leverage what these companies are doing in my own space. And that is where community as a service we start talking. And so, who is David Abu? I currently work as a senior product marketing manager at Microsoft, but focusing majorly on communities. And one of my works is building the agent community at Microsoft. So we're working around how we improve on community management, community marketing for Power Platform and Copilot Studio. And one of the ways that we do that is actually increasing the adoption of Copilot Studio through community engagement. So that is what I do at Microsoft. And other things that I do is also co-founding the Data Community Africa, one of the largest data ecosystems, where we learn, where we train, and where we have conversation about how we build the next generations of data experts in Africa. And also one of the leaders of the Power Platform community. So in my agenda, I just have like 25 minutes now or 20 minutes. So we'll do more of conversation than trying to go in total in each of this slide. We'll do more of conversation. So community as a service is majorly around how we build communities involving around Copilot Studio. And the next question you're going to be asking is that, okay, David, what do you mean by Copilot Studio? Now, Copilot Studio is one of the tools within Power Platform that you use to build agents, you use to build chatbot, you use to build different solutions that drive conversations. Now, and one thing also is that you're looking at something that has to do with leveraging generative AI to users in creating content, automating tasks, and gaining insights. So the next thing that you're going to be asking now is that, okay, David, Copilot Studio, where is it going? So now we are going into the age of agents. And what we mean by agent is that we're saying that agents is their technologies within the Copilot Studio that helps you automate tasks. So what are the sort of automations we are talking about? Imagine an agent that you've built that you tell an agent that, okay, every time I want to, maybe let's say that you want to take a flight from Lagos to Abuja, and you're saying that, or for Toronto to San Francisco, or from Seattle to San Francisco, you're saying that, okay, you know what, agent, help me look for the best deals. See, help me look from the best deals from Lagos to Abuja. Then the agent goes look for the best deals from Lagos to Abuja. Then he's going to see airpiece, he's going to see the different type of airlines. Then he will pick the best. Now, then it will interact with another agent that owns all your calendar and says that, okay, if this agent that understand deals when it comes to travel, let's say travel agent understand deals and he has picked it, but he needs to pick a date. He's going to interact with your calendar agent and says that, okay, no, when is the best time? When is the best time that David is available to travel? Then he's going to look at your calendar. Your calendar agent looks at your calendar and says, okay, now he's going to be available this so date. Then your travel agent books the time, does everything. Now you did not do anything in those conversations. Now, before now, we always have whereby you have to go and check, you have to check time, you have to check, okay, which one you should do, which one you should pick. No. So you're automating processes, you're saving time, and you're gaining insights. So that is where we are heading. That is the level at which we are heading to in the age of AI. So it's no more around, oh, okay, only generative AI, where all of us know how to use Copilots to do. Right now in Copilot on your phone, you can be talking to your phone in Copilot, and Copilot is answering you back, and you're having deep conversations around any topic. Now we're getting to the point at which we are now really automating tasks. We are really gaining insights, and we're doing a whole lot of deeper stuff. So now what the next conversation is around how Africa will benefit from the knowledge of agents. Now, for somebody like you in the community, how will you benefit? What is really the first question is that do Africans really need it? Are we at that age at which we really need it? We need to also understand that even though at the highest level, we don't have a lot of companies that are maybe in the cloud space. A lot of companies as compared to the US, the Europe, we don't have. But you need to understand that we also have companies, multinationals in African space. Now, this is not Nigerian space now, in the African space. So I am talking about billion-dollar economy of South Africa, billion-dollar economy of Egypt, and the rest. So when we are talking about this, we are now saying that how do these big organizations, they also want to be at the forefront of technology. So if they want to be at the forefront of technology, they need the experts to be at the forefront of this technology. So many of them will always still look for the homegrown expert. Now you're going to be saying that, oh, David, yes, but it's true. But again, not all of them are in the cloud space. Many of them are going to the cloud space, and that is the real truth. But it's just that we're getting to a point at which maybe the best of the best are not around, one, and secondly, maybe the young are not even getting the technology. And that is why we're having this type of conversation to say that how do Africa benefit from this? So the first thing is empowerment through technology. Now, with Copilot Studio, you can leverage AI to automate all these things and have access to technology to help bridge that digital gap. Now, for instance, small businesses can use AI for operations. Let me give you for example. Non-profit organizations don't know how to write grants that much. If they want to write grants, they have to go and meet somebody that is good with grant writing to be able to get that, because it has to do with research, it has to do with data, it has to do with so many things. So now imagine that you can use co-pilots or agents to be able to do that. That is the level at which we are getting to. That is the level at which we are getting to. So you're using empowerment through technology. Now, the next thing that you're looking at is also economic growth and innovation. Now, there is a study that says that 13 trillion to the global economy by 2030, with significant contribution from emerging markets like Africa. So you're looking at a cash cow economy or technology, because you need to get to where the technology is. And one of the things that we're looking at is that the emerging markets like Africa needs to also improve on the way that we use this technology. So we have different companies at the rate at which you are saying that, oh, they want to also understand these conversations. Many of the people within the African side don't even understand what agent is. So you have a better understanding of it. You need to have a better understanding of it. You need to have a knowledge expertise on it, and you need to know how to build around it. Because if you don't know how to build around it, then that is where the problem is. Now, education advancement is that you're trying to improve on how people learn. And that is so important in the African space. How do people learn? How do people see the things they need to learn? Many of these career conversations are things that the African students, the African teachers, they want to also get more involved in. So I don't want to start thinking about how my career will go. I can use Copilot to become my coach, but also I can use Copilot Studio to create a career agent, which means that the career agent can help me to do many other things that I need to do to make informed decisions for my career. Now, one of the reasons why we are building the community as a service is because we want to increase also the adoption of Copilot Studio. Now, as a Microsoft person, I am talking more about Copilot Studio because one of the things is that I want people to use Copilot Studio. Either you're an African or you're not an African, I want you to use it. And that is where community engagement is coming in, because that is what I'm doing right now. Engaging with community shows that we want you to use more. We want you to learn Copilot Studio. We want you to use it. And we want to see the success story that comes with you using Copilot Studio. We have a lot of success story like Rachel Irabo using Power Platform. That is a success story. We can always promote that success story, but we want new success stories of showcasing Copilot Studio, building agents, and also doing a lot of stuff. Now, in the social media engagement, one of the things that we are looking at is also having the spread of communities, having the spread of agents across. Now, let me give you one fantastic opportunity. When it comes to Africa, we don't have, like now, I stay here in the US, but if it's in Africa and I say, oh, I need somebody that is very, very good in Copilot Studio, very, very good in agents, and is an MVP or is very good doing a lot of community stuff around the agent, we don't have. That is an opportunity. We need more people in that space. We need a lot of people in that space. So how do we get into that space as Africans? Because you should understand that we are now competing. We are now in the global space, which means that we are competing with a lot of people. You're not competing only with Nigerians, you're competing with everybody. So how do we get in those space? You have to improve on your community engagement. And one of the things that you can improve is that we already have a first-party platform called the Power Platform Community, where you can also do a lot of conversation, a lot of content, and be active in that space. When you're active in that space, you're asking questions, you're answering questions, you get to that point. So let me show you something. Now, these are hundreds of season 1 super users within the Power Platform community that we have at Microsoft. And these are people caught across the world who are doing a lot of stuff. So we are grateful to every of those super users right now, but we want more Africans in there. We want to see Africans in there. We want to see Nigerians in there. So that is what I am saying. If you don't get in there, you don't know the technology, then you cannot provide solutions because you don't know the technology. So we need you to know the technology. We need you to talk about the technology, and we need you to create solutions using those technology. And doing events like this is one of the ways in which we get into this technology space, because now we have the Global Power Platform Bootcamp. Now we also have the Powerful Dev. Powerful Dev happened last 2 weeks, but there is currently an act together that is happening right now at the event, and it is something that you want to get involved with. Now, this event right now is happening across the world, over 70 locations across the world right now. We have pictures coming in, and people are talking about Copilot Studio, talking about Power Platform. Every year we are doing this. So one of the things that we're saying is that it's not about just attending this event. It's about really, after the event, doing something around it. I know that I have 10 minutes, so I have to finish up. Now, one of the things that we're trying to do when building communities is also building the skill sets. Now, one of the skill sets that we created was to partner with the Global Power Platform global team, and to say that, hey, this is a challenge that I want everyone to participate in. Now, we don't want you to finish these trainings. We don't want you to finish these talks and say, oh, okay, I am done. I attended. It was nice. No. We want you to go back. We want you to learn, and we want you to come back to the community and improve. That is our goal. Every year we want to see improvement. We don't want to just see you attending events and not getting improved in your space. So in your personal challenge, we want you to get in this space. So your aka.o, it has been posted. You can always join, get into the challenge, learn, get applied skills. And this one is applied skills, which means that you can use it on your resume and say that you have an applied skills from Microsoft. So it's so important for you to do that. Now, one of the things that we are building is also creating projects, collaborative projects, and having more community sharing and doing more knowledge sharing. And we can see that happening across the company. So one of the things that we did when I joined Microsoft 2 months ago was to improve on every content resources that we have. So if you go to all these links, you're going to see that we have improved and added Copilot Studio for you to get something. So look at this free trial right now. Now we now have the Copilot Studio there. Now you can see how you can get 60 days free to learn Power BI, to learn, you have to learn your Power Apps, your Power Pages, your Power Automate, and your Copilot Studio. And this is so important for you to be able to learn. Now, the next thing that we are going to do, which I am done already with my presentation, is the call to action. The first thing is join the community. Now, we have done a lot of work in the African space, or in the Nigerian, where we have over 800 people in that community. But we need to have our user group in the community.powerplatform.com, whereby everybody, we can see the work. Now, we want to, one of the things that's helped my career personally was actually building in public. I was actually saying the things that I want to do publicly. So what do I mean? When I remember in 2019, 2019, we were doing a lot of Power BI trainings, community work, and I post them on Twitter, I post them on LinkedIn. It made a lot of people to be able to know that, oh, whenever you're talking about data analytics and stuff like Power BI, oh, there's somebody in Nigeria that does something like that. Now, you will need to get to that point. There is nobody for Copilot Studio in African space right now. Nobody. Right now, if I go to my LinkedIn and I post, or I go to Twitter and I put Copilot Studio, I can't see any Nigerian talking about it. I can't see any African talking about it. And that is where the opportunity is. There is a gap there, and we need you to get that gap. We need you to get into that gap. We need you to build stuff in that gap. So that is the only way you can grow. You cannot say, oh, David, but we have been learning a whole lot of stuff. Should we start learning Copilot Studio? Copilot Studio is already inside of Power Platform, so you need to learn it. That is one. Secondly, also, is that every organization, especially the one leading the conversation of technology. We're talking about the OpenAI, we're talking about the Microsoft, we're talking about Google, we're talking about AWS, Salesforce. Everyone is talking about agents. So if everyone is talking about agents, then we need to look to it. And that is the first thing. You need to look and say, okay, let me even understand what this agent is saying. So if it's about automating tasks, then it means that you need to know how to automate those tasks. And because one thing about working or in the workforce is that everybody wants to know how to automate tasks. Everybody wants to stop repeating tasks. Everybody wants to be able to increase their productivity. So you need to start finding ways to increase productivity. So that is one of the things that you're looking. And one of the ways in which you do that is by joining community, improve, joining hackathons, joining global learnings like the Global Power Platform Bootcamp. Then you can get to where you're where you're going to. So join the challenge, join the community, get involved in conversations that has to do with agents, that has to do with Copilot Studio, that has to do with M365 Copilot and stuff like that. Then we can see how you have access to opportunities as Nigerians and as Africans. So thank you very much. I know that I've been able to use like 7 minutes. I'm giving 7 minutes back to the community and to my next speaker. So in conclusion, leveraging Copilot Studio and building a strong agent community, drive engagement, innovation, and growth. And let's work together to create a vibrant community. So thank you very much and do have a wonderful day ahead.
Session. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful and yes, we're already building things here too, but we need more people. And we would really appreciate as many materials, because one of the things that I think I personally saw on this call is you sharing things that we don't even know are out there. So we definitely would appreciate as many materials that we can even get from you for our community and the larger audience, so that we can use that as a leverage to even build more things. All right.
Yeah, I agree, because that is something that we are planning to do even from here at the center. We want to create a lot of materials to share, but also for those who follow me on LinkedIn, on Twitter, one of the things that we're trying to be doing is sharing those materials, and also but we have to make sure that these people join the global community. That way they have first-hand access to these materials. They have first-hand access to what Microsoft is saying, what Microsoft is doing. That way we can improve.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, sir. To our audience, if you check the comment section on YouTube, you will see the links. The community link is pasted there. The challenge link is pasted. Please do well to join the global community. Follow David Abu on LinkedIn. Follow the Global Power Platform community. Follow the Nigerian community on LinkedIn, so that you can also be privy to all of these materials and all of these new offerings that is coming out at different waves. Thank you so much, David. We really enjoy every time you speak. We learn new things. We learn new things from the best of the best. Thank you so much for honoring us. I know it's very early over there, so thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Now, to our audience, I believe you've been having a blast. Right, I believe you've been having a blast, and I believe that a lot of things have been communicated to us, a lot of materials and resources, and that's the intention of this boot camp, right? That's why it's called a boot camp, is to boot you up and charge you up to get into doing things. Let's move on. We have another interesting session on Copilot Still, and to take us in this session is somebody I've also followed for a while. He's a senior architect at Cognizant, and he specializes in Microsoft technologies. Is deeply passionate about innovations, helping organizations to digitally transform and change how they do their processes. He's also a Microsoft valuable professional in the Microsoft 365 ecosystem, a pro developer also, with a lot of articles, blog writings, and over 10 million readers. Now that's a lot. 10 million readers. That's fantastic. And his endeavors serve as catalyst for fostering innovations, nurturing talent, and driving positive impact within the tech ecosystem and definitely our community. Amidst so many technologies running out there, is also very recognizable by his warm smile, like you can see on the call right now, and a testament to many unwavering enthusiasm. So we're happy to have on board today Manpreet Singh, taking us through building your own Copilot. David just talked about the community of Copilot. Manpreet is going to take us through the practicality of building your own Copilot, seeing how the Copilot Studio is, and kickstarting something. Hi, Manpreet. It's good to have you here.
Hi, then I'm good. How are you? Thank you for hosting me here today. You guys are doing an amazing job.
Thank you so much. Good to have you around. Hope it's not too late over there. I think you should be 4 hours ahead.
No, it's super early. I'm seeing the sunrise here after a long time. So thanks for hosting me super early.
Fantastic. We have our audience here, communities here to learn. Over to you. Please take it up.
Thank you. Let me quickly share my screen and we should be good. All right, amen. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for hosting me here today, the organizers. I think it's a big responsibility for the organizers. And sorry, my voice is gone. I am from Canada, Toronto. It is minus 17 degrees Celsius here today, and that's why I have cold and cough. But I'll try to be slow. I'll try to govern you, and that's it. But again, thank you to the whole community in Nigeria who bring this platform together for all of you to learn about new technologies, new speakers. Even before me, there was a session where Jim was talking about how to join the community, how to increase, how to learn Copilot Studio. I think I like that way, his passion. He was speaking, you guys need to learn Copilot Studio. Nobody's talking that in Nigeria. I was like, that is so fair. Yeah. So I love community leaders who go and share what is required from the community and what helps you to nurture your career and advancement. So today I'm gonna be showing the same thing, but I'm gonna show you a live demo how you can build your own Copilot like an Iron Man or Jarvis using Copilot Studio. Very amazing stuff. Everybody has been using Copilot Studio a lot. It's a nice to know, nice to do. You can even do hands-on training after the session once this is all over. But I want you to have a look at how it works, and everybody should at least open it up. This is a weekend. If you can spend like 30 to 40 minutes and see how it works, it would be nice for you. So myself, Manpreet, I'm an architect at Cognizant Technology Solutions. I'm an MVP as well as an MCP, and he gave me an amazing demo already. So I'll just move ahead. Sorry again. So we all love bot, right? Like we are all like from when we were kids. I think we all wanted that bot framework, and then Iron Man came in with Jarvis. We were like, oh my god, this is so nice. We want our own bots, and I think I have bought in so many small mini bots to just play around with Solar or something. I think it's just our own likings. We all want bots, and now it's a reality where the bots are coming in from automobile industry, driving own cars to doing our own process automation through Copilot. So that's where the bots comes in the picture. Initially, we used to build this GenAI bot using escalators, lack of rule-based chatbots, which you will follow when conditions are met. Like if conditions equal this, it will do that activity. If I'm chatting this with my bot, it will do that activity. And we used to run those emulators in a local machine for it to have a bot framework. But now, building a bot is as simple as a drag and drop process. You don't have to even go and open, even have to open a web emulator or a Visual Studio or a Visual Studio Code. Nothing. You can just do something on a web browser. That is what the Copilot is, and that's where the age of AI has come. Everything is through AI. Whether we are building over legacy application, we are building newer applications. This year, I have worked with so many proposals, and they are all related to AI. Nobody is asking me, I want a Power Apps without a bot which will run on GenAI layer. Everybody wants a Power App with a GenAI layer app. That's where the GenAI structure comes in. So, and that's where the rise of the bots are happening. And I love it when I say people the rise of the bots. Each organization are building thousands of applications with GenAI layer. So many agents are in the market. Right now, bots are renamed as agents. So many agents are built so through Copilot, Microsoft, Google Space, Amazon, OpenAI, of course, and they're all building these agents just to help us in automating the process, and it's really valuable. It saves the time, saves our effort. A lot of things are done much quicker than it used to be. Like I spend, I would say, 30% of my day with Copilot, like making presentations, using the deck, preparing template, feeding the value as an action, all those stuffs using Copilot. Now, bots after Genie have become more powerful, right? It has its own conversational abilities. Now I don't have to map that keyword for it to trigger an action or trigger a role base. It can understand and do that task automation automatically. That's where the intelligence has come in the picture of the Genie, and that's where the integration part of it will help us to build more and more agents as we speak. By next year or in a couple of years, you're gonna see so many agents. Everyone will have an agent. Like I have an agent on my phone here, where I have put my personal details and I can go and check. Hey, what's my passport number? I don't have to look for my passport or something. I can just go search for a passport number and I get that output right there. That's where the GenAI layer have been improved and it's coming to our day-to-day actors. And for that, we have Copilot. Now, the certain level of Copilot, I'll give you a brief of how it works, but today we'll be talking about Copilot Studio and how it works, right? So 2022, ChatGPT was announced and we all went crazy. I remember I logged in and I was just playing and chatting with all the questions I had in my brain. And then I also installed it on my phone. I still have it on my phone. And it was fun. It was really good. I was liking the that you have all your search results in a nice layered format right on the fingerprint, right? And then in 2023, Copilot was announced where Microsoft ecosystem or the organization bought agent came in the picture and it became an amazing search engine for searching, summarizing, and even generating few of these stuffs. And now 2024 and 2025, it's all about agentic capabilities. You using those agents to build over it and extend over it with collaboration, integration, and automation throughout that different mechanisms. That's where the agents are going. And now, if you Google agents in Copilot Studio, you will see multi-agent framework, this agent, that agent. It's all about agents right now. That's where Microsoft is bringing that Copilot Studio right with you. Now, there are two kinds of Microsoft Copilot, right? One is the Copilot license, M365 Copilot license, which you have to buy. It's $30 in US dollars, but again, changes countrywide, nationwide, and that comes as part of the Microsoft 365 suite. So the GenAI layers get applied to all the SharePoint, OneDrive, Outlook, Teams in that engine, which is good, which is amazing. But the license is very expensive, right? Uh, of course, it is of 100% use, but if you still want to try, as in this community, Power Platform community, you want to try, you can just go to copilotstudio.microsoft.com. You will be able to build similar kind of a bot and an agent with not a lot of layering, which we'll see. But it will be built on the same LLM models. The web grounded data will be your data will be protected with your commercial data protection. You can connect your data source with the internet, so you have an agent as equal as ChatGPT, and it's all part of the Microsoft 365 app. So it's secure, it's enterprise level, and it's super easy to deploy. You don't need a lot of experience to deploy this application. Now, building custom bots have become super easier with Copilot Studio. I remember I used to run this messaging extensions of bot framework and then deploy it as a Teams app or as a Windows application. But now those days are gone. I'm able to create an agent in less than 5 to 10 minutes, and we're gonna do that today. We're gonna do that live today. So building a bot has become so easy with Microsoft Copilot Studio. You're building your agent, you're customizing it, you're deploying it to any platform you wish it to be because it has a list of platforms. And then you're managing that experience of how the agent and what that agent should do, all in single one platform. Now, as I was talking about, the two ways of building agents. One is through M365 Copilot, where you're building declarative agents. Very easy, very nice. If I have some time, I'll just show you how it works. Or you can just build something standalone using Copilot Studio. Most of the people, they start with standalone system to understand the data orchestration, to understand the AI orchestration, and then they move ahead with the out-of-the-box solutions. So we will go here. And guys, if you have any questions, I have the comment sections here open. So just keep putting it. All right, and I know I'm on time, so I'm gonna be rushing, but don't worry. We will be sharing. I can share this deck with the host, the organizers, but I'll keep you posted. So I have 30 minutes. I think I have to run. All right. I'm sorry. So building Copilot Studio, you can build topics, you can build a knowledge hub, you can connect your data sources and build plugins all through single one Copilot Studio platform. Bringing that as an administrator value and a developer value is really. So we all use Power Virtual Agents, right? I think before me again, the speaker told that Power Platform. If you have no Power Platform, you should know Copilot Studio because it's built on a PVA layer. Initially, the UI was also same, but now they have got the new UI where Copilot Studio comes in. So you're able to add knowledge. It can be an internet knowledge. It can be your own personal data. It can be your website. It can be a normal document, OneDrive file, anything. And then you can build actions over it. Like for example, this community meeting, right? I could have built the, hey, can you set up schedule a meeting for next week with my Power Platform community? That's an action, and that I don't need to go and open Outlook and schedule a meeting. I can ask the agent to do it, and it will do all the processes. And this can be deployed throughout your organization to a certain limit of people. You can manage it how you want to deploy that as the Gen AI model for your company. Now, Gen AI answers, we all love it, right? We have been using ChatGPT, OpenAI. It provides a similar kind of a layout where you get that Gen AI layer from the Copilot orchestration, generative actions, which you can build again over Copilot Studio, calling those entities, and then the generative AI builder, which actually allows you to customize. So to customize your agent, you actually have another inbuilt agent. You can talk to it and make those conversations with it. Yeah, let me quickly show you because again, I told you, I think I got a message on the chat, and so I want your time. So here you go. Very easy, and I'll put this on the chat here. Everybody, once you have time today, just put this web link. I have put that here. copilotstudio.microsoft.com. Just try to open it. Gives you free 30 days, 60 days trial. You can keep extending it as long as you're trying to learn. I will send the links where to learn how to start your journey and something. Super easy. If you know Power Platform, no worry. If you don't know Power Platform, no worry at all. Copilot Studio developers are a new skill set. Companies like mine, they're all hiring Copilot Studio developers, Copilot Studio engineers. So this is a new focus. Everybody wants Gen AI developers. Azure comes to a very pro code way, but if you want to understand the low code function first, go with Copilot and then slowly come towards the Azure so that you have a whole Gen AI engineering level development skills, right? That's the whole plan of it. So let's go here. Super easy. This is how the Copilot Studio looks like. I have an option to just create an agent here, right here. I already have templates. You can play around with this template if you want to learn something. If not, just go here, new agent. And let's see. So and here I'm talking to an agent in a natural language to build an agent for me. Like, so I'll put build an agent for me. No, for the Nigerian Power Platform community. All right. So I'm discussing with the agent what are the things required. So it takes my point. It understands. It creates this is now set up to support the community by providing guidance, answering questions, sharing updates. Just understands community means you're gonna have guidance, sharing sessions, discussions, all the stuff. So it keeps on going there, and I can keep chatting with it, and it will build me an agent. But I'll click to skip to configure so that we can go and do something pretend faster. I will go PPF Power Platform Community, PPC Nigeria. Okay, and we are building an agent. It has its own instruction, provide support to Nigerian Power Platform community, answers questions, maintain friendly and professional tone and all. That's cool, right? And I'll click on create. It understood what I'm trying to create. It already gave me the instructions, what the agent will be doing, how it will be doing, and I have an input and an output of it ready. Now, I think after this conference, all us presentations, all the community leaders will be sharing all our PPTs, Word files, some learnings, right? What best to put them in a SharePoint site? Like I have something here on my SharePoint site. I just put an employee onboarding guide. It's a PDF file. You can just use that. I'll just copy this link. Okay. So I'm feeding that knowledge to my bot here. So I click on add a knowledge. So when I click on add a knowledge, I have public website, SharePoint data. What I'll just add SharePoint in, and that's it. I've added here. It takes less than 30 seconds to 1 minute. The document I have added will be part of the knowledge hub, so I'll be able to do. Okay, so what else Power Platform community requires? Oh, we need a learning.content, right? So I can add another knowledge. So we have Power Platform community conference, Power Platform, 1 second. Learning path, right? We need that how organizations are learning, and this is the website. Okay, learn.microsoft.com, and it has everything about Power Platform. I will use this link and I will just put it as a public website. And so that company, the website can be more. Okay, yeah, I just have to remove this US training. All right. So this will help us to have an input of all the chatbot or the agent. So in this chat, I've added 2 data sources. One is a SharePoint site, one a public website, right from the system. And I'm like, and it takes like 30 to 1 second, but I can try if it's already in. What are the important steps for employee onboard? Okay, and this is about I'm testing my agents because I loaded that SharePoint file here, right? Right, and similar way when all our content our organizers are going to save in a SharePoint file, they can link it to the agent and it will provide, see if you see, important steps for employee onboarding, and it's giving the same document reference, which is here. So it took less than 10 minutes for me to provide a data source. I need to understand, okay, this is where I need to start. Okay, where can I start my Power Platform learning journey from? Okay, so again, this is where it will understand, okay, this is not Power Platform journey on SharePoint. He is looking for something from learn.microsoft.com and see the output. It provides me a clean data layer superb output. Isn't it great? That's the power of knowledge. You can bring your own knowledge to the data source. Of course, ChatGPT, OpenAI are all good for public work, right? But when you work in an organization, you don't want to share your content, your documents to a public domain or a public framework, right? You want it to be private. So when you share this document with your co-pilot in your environment, in your tenant, it is safe and secure and it is managed by its own secure entity. So that's why organizations are not using OpenAI to build organization bots. They're using Copilot or OpenAI because whatever data you train is being trained to your own tenant. It's not being shared. Okay, that's good, right? Now we have knowledge. Now we have something called as action and triggers and topic. Now topic is another important thing. So when you see here, let me click on topics. These are by default system training of them. So what happened is, like for example, conversation start. This is what happened when I put a question. It starts the conversation. So when I ask a question, it understands, then it goes to the next step. You can create your own topics here, and again you can use bots here. So for example, I am a bot taking company who orders a pizza. It's already here. Let's see. Let's choose this example. So my pizza ordering. Okay. I can design how the agent should take all the inputs from the user to order a pizza. So I'll just click on create. Again, I'm using agentic capability, but you can also drag and drop, add your questions, remove your questions, and update it over that layer. Okay. So now if you see, it understands all the different triggers. It provides a generic questions, different kind of pizzas. Probably you guys can have in the evening. I'll have it in my evening. And some random question. And also gives me suggestions what else you want to add. I can just click on it and it just keeps adding, right? Or I can even do a drag and drop. I can if I have to add a new question, I just click here, ask the question, and I can put it the message there. So now if I'm doing order a pizza for me. Okay. It will show me what type of pizza. So it hits the next question. So I can make that layering that all the questions and output I get can differ in the same present. So what type of pizza I got from this list, what type of what would you like to order, how many pizzas, I can do like two. So it keeps growing, and this way you can manage how the agent should work, right? Now, this is where you took the input. Now, somebody has placed an order. How will you place an order? You will build something called as actions. Yes, so let's leave this. All right. So action is where you're gonna call in. If you have your own pizza machine, which is good, you can call an API right from the machine here to custom connectors or a REST API, and then call and then create a new ticket to a ServiceNow agent, which we do in an organization. In this case, it will be a Domino's API where we create a new record or a new entry at the Domino's order system, and the pizza starts getting baked. So this is how the connectivity works. You are feeding the knowledge to the system, to the agent. Then you're creating those topics where you can navigate a user. Like if I'm a user who just gets an agent, I don't know what to start with, right? So I need some step. Okay, this is where you start from. This is what the agent do. Expense report system, this, that, right? So it comes in with one of the system one by one. So you start those things, build a connector over it to do actions, and once you are done, it's super simple. Go here on the channel section here. I'm sorry. Yeah. And then you can publish it to Microsoft Teams, a demo website. It can be on a mobile app. Like mine, I have it on my phone. I have it as a mobile app where I have my own personal data input and I chat with about my own data from birth dates to expiry date of any license or document. It just gives me, hey, this is getting expired and all this stuff. Slack, line. With simple clicks, you'll be able to deploy it. And like, for example, we build this app, we have a knowledge data source. It also gives me analytics. What is how many agents are working? So we have deployed this for 25,000 people company, and we see all the analytics, how it comes in. Let's publish one, right? So I'll show you how easy it is. So if I have to have an agent in my teams, and this is what you all need to do, okay? To pick up a SharePoint site, pick up an internet site, and build your own agent over it. I just have to click on turn on themes, and then we will publish it. Take like hardly 2 to 3 minutes. Okay. All right, I need to publish it. Let's go. And you can build it as an intranet. You can even embed that in a SharePoint site in the intranet homepage. You probably show this to your team, to your bosses. Hey, I have built an agent for our intranet. Put that chat in on an intranet site, and everybody will love it. Oh my god, I can ask all the questions like, when is my upcoming next holiday coming in? Okay, you can even apply for leave. I want to apply for leave, or apply for a new expense report. I want to update the expense report. All these miniature HR use cases you can build in, and then slowly start integrating third party. Like every organization just don't run with one ecosystem, right? They have Microsoft, they have Workday, ServiceNow, Adobe. All can be integrated above just by clicking on these actions, and you'll be able to bring a whole standalone system. And by the time it gets published, let me come back to the slide, right? You already have multiple out of the box extensions which you can deploy on the extension, and Power Automate brings in all the connectors to the agent. So any agent, any connector, any product is all available here. And if it's not, you have the HTTP API connector which you can build. That's very simple. It is secured, it is governance, it's privacy because it's part of your tenant, so it's not being leaked. Your data is your data, and you're playing with that data in a more secure environment than you're doing in OpenAI. So make sure you don't upload any sensitive data to OpenAI or Gemini because that is being trained to train the bigger model. But so if you want to play around with your organization tenant on a developer license, try to upload some files. Or if it's not fancy, you can always use OpenAI if it's public data and all. But understand the orchestration of how GenAI works. Right. Let's see if demo has come back or not. Let me open it here. Okay, it's published. So let's open Teams. All right, click on Open Agent. So it takes some time, different 2 to 5 minutes, and the agent will start populating on the Teams. Okay, that's great. PPC Nigeria, which we developed. It's opening up. All right, this is good. And there you go, I have it. So if I ask, and I'm on Teams, if you see I'm on a team, so how it works is what modules. And it takes a while, 5 to 10 minutes, but let's see if it works. Because we just loaded one data source, so it should be okay. Sometimes it takes a lot of time to index and to publish it in the Teams, but yeah, it is. We just loaded one, so it gives me all the input. How should I learn? What are the different learning of Power Platform model? All deployed on my team. Before I know I have 6 minutes, so I'll go to how this is one way of building agents, and this is a perfect way for you to start without the Copilot license. But if your organization provides you that $30 license, you can click on Go Pilot here on the left side. It will show once you have an M365 Copilot. And come on. And this is the notified Copilot opening up. And you have an agentic creation capability also right from here. So you can create an agent. Similar way how we did there, you can create an agent from here. There you go. So the Copilot Studio built in as a Copilot Studio builder comes in here in the Teams as well, where you can build a whole standalone system as well. There you go. Benefit of this is this acts like a plugin. You can call this while you're building. So if I close this, if I'm talking to an agent, I can call it, hey, like this is one of the agent I have built. Can you help me to add a new project? So I don't have to open a Teams chat for a Copilot Studio. It takes my input right here, and you have some more features like edited pages, plugin. Probably this I can cover in another session. I would like the host to host me later, but this is another whole vast topic, how declarative Copilot works and how you can build layer over it. But again, you have two options to do it. Just go and play around with that and showcase, right? Learning always start once you start playing around with it. That's why I always tell people, go to copilotstudio.microsoft.com, free license, play around with it, and you don't need to buy until you're ready. Now, between both of them, the difference is I was talking about Copilot for Microsoft 365, you need a $30 license, and Copilot Studio is an overall $200 license, but the whole company can use it. And here, you have to buy $30 for every user who needs to use an agent. So there's a cost advantage and disadvantages, and there's similarly features, advantages and disadvantages. But today we'll talk about only the Copilot Studio. You can build multiple use cases from HR, like a leave balance system, employee experience, or document searching, anything. It can be anything from marketing content material to customer service agents. There's so many use cases which are already available. I can share. I'm gonna be sharing this link. You can build your own help desk model, creating your own tickets, servicing your own ticket, everything by using simple drag and drop process on Copilot Studio. And you saw how easy it was to connect a data source, I have built a couple of actions through it, like sending an email or HTTP, and do everything like for like 5 to 10 minutes. That's how the app deployment has become more faster day by day. These are all the links. You can Google Microsoft Copilot Academy. Super easy. It has every step by step how to do, how to learn. There are contents of Copilot Lab which we have built with Microsoft. So you will find all the content with the lab, how to use Copilot, Copilot Studio, how to develop them, declarative, and now the famous autonomous agent is gonna come, which will take your requirement and build the workflows and actions automatically. So that's again an upskilling. Probably should be announced by Microsoft Build. It was announced, but it's not GA yet. So I'm hoping it should be around Build, which they announced. I have tried to be on the time, so thank you again for the whole team, for the whole organizing team to bring me here today and help me out. I would love to come in again and talk about declarative co-pilots, but you guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you so much, Ethan.
Definitely, Manpreet. Definitely. I'm sure we'd love to have you on one of our webinar sessions or one of our, sessions like that. This was so good.
Yeah.
I think we learned a lot around the co-pilot. It was so interesting seeing, the agent, building different agents and all of that, and then being able to link it to Teams.
Right.
Sweet. Very interesting stuff to see there.
And this is my QR code for LinkedIn. I'm mostly online. If you even have any questions, like, hey, I'm stuck here, how to publish this or how to call this API, just ping me on a chat and we can jump on a Teams call and see what's the issue. So I'm always ready for that. Yeah.
Fantastic. Definitely. We would have, so I'm sure the audience also can hear that. Please, you can reach out to Manpreet also on LinkedIn, ping him on any question you have. And if you want to reach out to us, we would help you reach out to Manpreet to get your questions answered and all of that. Thank you so much, Manpreet. I'm trying to check if there's any question for you. I think there is no question for now. So you did justice to the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for hosting. And thanks for all your hard work. You have been there for many hours. Great job, guys. Great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Manpreet, for coming. We love you. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful time. Yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody. It's been a wonderful time. Thank you for staying tuned and sitting down. I can see that we still have close to about 70 to 80% of the people that started the session with us today, and that's really, really interesting. I believe you've all learned something, and like we said, the different links that the different speakers have shared with us. If you look at the chart, you would find all of the link there. The Copilot session, the links are also there in the chat session. Would also love you to look at the screen right now and scan the QR code that you can see on your screen. Scan the QR code to fill the survey and win some swags. So do well to scan the QR code. Just take a couple of seconds or a couple of seconds. Scan, fill the survey. We'd like to get your responses. Let's get some information from you. And please also, you can do well to go on your social platforms, post about the bootcamp, what you learned, how the session was. You can even copy the link of this YouTube channel again, put it in your post, share it across board so that people who could not make the session can go back and then watch every of our speaker sessions again. All right. So we're waiting for you. Scan. Everyone, scan the sessions. And if you have any question at all for the community, for any of the speakers, if you want to ask on the call right now, you can drop them in the comment section. Our leaders are there looking at it. We'll pick up your questions. And if you have any other questions, you can reach out to us after now to do that. And I think earlier David spoke about the challenge. In case you missed that particular conversation, you can scan the link on the screen also now, all right, to also get in touch and then kick off the learning challenge that we have running at the moment. You can just join and start learning. We have there have been curated a couple of learning structures, challenge patterns that you can pick up and then start to learn. Also, if you're looking for Power Platform opportunities, right, There are different opportunities in Power Platform. If you're looking for opportunities in Power Platform, maybe you've been learning, maybe you've been in the space for a couple of times, and then you're just looking for opportunities. On your screen, we also have a QR code that you can scan for that. If you check the chat, the links are also being dropped on the YouTube page chat. You can, click on the link to register either for the challenge, either for opportunities, or for dropping your survey. All right, please, let's do that. I want to give us like a couple of we have like 1 or 2 minutes to do that. We'll just scroll through those different QR codes on the screen and then pick up your phones, scan them for anyone you want. If you want opportunities, scan for it. If you want to, enroll and kick off a challenge, please do so. And then also, definitely, everybody should please fill the survey and get to win some swags. Okay. So I'm going to give us a minute, just a minute for everybody to do that. Just a minute for everybody to do that. All right. $50 seconds more. Scan, drop your surveys, join the challenge, enroll for some opportunities. All right, 40 seconds to go. 40 seconds to go. All right. 25 more seconds. 25 more seconds. 25 more seconds. All right. I've got 15 seconds more. See, I'm a nice person. So 15 seconds more. Please. So let's scroll to the survey again so that we can have people scan for the survey. All right. All right. I believe everybody has done justice to that. All right. On behalf of every of the Power Platform community leaders, on behalf of leaders in the community, I want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you to all our speakers, starting from Hanod to Rachel, down to Muba BI, down to Tolu, down to Kayode, David Abu himself, Manpreet. Thank you so much, everybody, for giving us your time and sharing from your wealth of knowledge. And for every of our audience, we see you. Thank you for your engagement in the chat session. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for engaging us. We love you. We appreciate your time with us today. We believe that you've learned a couple of things. And like a couple of us have said earlier, this is not the end. All right. The idea for this is a bootcamp to nudge us again. So you can reach out to the community. All right. On LinkedIn, the Global Power Platform Nigerian community. If you scan, I think on the chat, the WhatsApp link was dropped. So you can also click on the WhatsApp link to join the Power Addict community, where you can have one-on-one touch with every one of the community leaders and a couple of other Power Platform community, expert. All right. Also, you can go to LinkedIn and then reach out to any of our speakers if you have questions. If you want to connect or network, you can reach out to anybody. Thank you so much for your time. We love you. We appreciate having you. Follow us. We have webinar sessions. We have different sessions that we hold during the course of the year, so you can join to learn much more. And till next time, next year, when we'll be having the Global Power Platform Bootcamp Nigeria 2026. From here, we say have a wonderful Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Platform year ahead. See you all next time and have a wonderful day wherever you are. Thank you so much, everyone.